The January 26th workshop of the planning board will please come to order. Doreen, will you please call the roll?
Bennett,
Here.
Flanders,
Here.
James Hebert,
Here.
Rachel Henderson,
Here.
Roger Bailey,
Here.
and Rick Manking.
Here.
Thank you. This has been called to take a look at the proposed amendments to Chapter 405 Town of Scarborough zoning ordinance to amend multiple zoning district standards to comply with LD 2003. I call upon, who's going to take this? Autumn, Planning Director, give us the information we're going to need. There's a lot of stuff here.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yes, this is an ordinance that is complying with state law, and it's 15 different sections that are being changed. So it's lengthy. And I wanted to go through, this is the workshop that I did with council and also the ordinance committee. So I thought that going through it this way would give you an opportunity to hear the changes that are proposed, the whys, and then we could have any open discussion, and it would be better suited for the time rather than the public hearing process. So LD 2003 was passed last year, signed into law in April 2022. And it was supposed to take effect July 1 of this year, which is next week. But fortunately, they just passed a 6-month reprieve. So we have a bit more time. So we have January 1. So we will not be behind. We will be ahead of schedule. So that's always a positive. The rulemaking is complete. And again, this LD 2003 is really about the state of Maine increasing housing opportunities. And so it requires municipalities to allow additional units. If you have units, land zoned for single family homes, it requires 1 accessory dwelling unit per single family home. And it also allows a provision for 2.5 times the density bonus for affordable housing. So there's 3 sections really that are the bulk of the ordinance changes. And then we'll go through it with those three items in mind in the PowerPoint. So there's some actions that DECDF said we could do in the interim. And one of the things is enacting lot sizes and enacting lot sizes minimum per unit rather than 1 residential unit. So you can have, and I'll get into a little bit more, you can have 1 house per lot now, right? And so with LD 2003, you may be able to have more than 1 home on that lot. But what a town or a city can do is make sure that even though you may have up to 3 single family homes on 1 lot, each unit has to have the same amount of area as before. So it's a little confusing, and I think as I go, but that's one of the big changes that really has an effect on us. Accessory dwelling units, we were really in pretty good shape for, except for the short-term rentals. They recommended that we can address those. That is going to go through the ordinance committee in the next few months, trying to get a handle on what we want to do. There's a lot of communities around us that have good examples out there. So I think we'll glean some information from their experiences. So again, this is the law section summary. And I don't know if you read the actual, in the packet, the law was included. But section 4 is the affordable housing, additional density. Section 5 is the 2 to 4 housing units per lot. And then section 6 has to do with the accessory dwelling units. So we did, when drafting these ordinances amendments, there was kind of some assumptions that were made because there's some different approaches. Some communities there's nothing to prevent you from going more than 1 accessory dwelling unit or more than 1 home. But what we did when we did this, we did take a very conservative approach. And so we did take advantage of the minimum lot size per unit. We did keep our 1 accessory dwelling unit per single family home. So it's a very conservative approach. So section 4 has to do with the affordable housing density. And these bullets are just all of the things that really, as you go through the law, still apply. So the second one, the located in a zoning district that allows multifamily in a growth area. So all of our zoning districts are in growth areas, except for the rural farming and the rural manufactured housing. So those are the only 2 If you went through the charts, you may have saw that those uses were just a bit different, and those two are not in our growth areas. So to qualify for a density bonus, affordable is 80% of the median income for rentals, and then 120% of median income for home sales. And then they have to be deed restricted. So these match our affordable definitions, but they do have to be deed restrictions. And then a majority of the project has to be affordable, so only 51%. So the density bonus is 2.5 times the base density. So if you're in a zoning district that allows 2 units per acre density, you get to do 2.5 times that if you do an affordable housing. So that applies across the board, across the all the zoning districts that allow multifamily. And so parking requirements decrease. This one was a change really. It has to go down. So you can only require 2 spaces per every 3 units. And then again, minimum lot sizes still apply. Water and wastewater still applies. Shoreline zoning applies. Subdivision applies. Restrictive covenants and growth permits apply. So this is kind of the highlights of the affordable housing density. It's just, hey, if you want to do this project, you can get additional density if it's affordable or workforce as defined and deed restrict. So this is a good thing. It really, we have some things on the books now that allow for some of this. We haven't seen a huge amount of it. We've seen some in Avesta and then some affordable projects, the Uplands at the Downs, but we don't have quite a few of these yet. So this is the effect. And so what this chart is you have all of your zoning districts on the far left that again allow multifamily. And then you have your maximum density is the 3rd column, and then density factors, those apply now. So right now, we have an affordable density bonus that applies to some things. And then we have development and transfer density bonus. And then the last column is what the 2.5 times the affordable density would look like. So if you take into consideration TVC, the 3rd one down, the maximum density right now is 5. Our existing affordable density bonus, you can go up to 6 units per acre. And if you do development transfer density bonus, you can go up to 8. But with LD 2003, you can go up to 12.5. And again, it's for affordable and workforce projects only, majority, 51%. So we made changes to our section 7C, residential density and affordable housing. We already had a pretty good start in our ordinance, so we just tweaked that a bit and added some language to bring us into compliance with the new law. We also removed the affordable fee in lieu of option, so you didn't get double density bonus. Any questions on that one?
I have one question. On the CPD district, we're looking at 20 for max density and potentially 50 afterwards. Like, how does that look?
Well, the CPD is a bit different. Their zoning, they have some, I guess they would top out with their CEA for single family, and then they don't, their zoning district itself has a maximum on it. So it's a little bit different. But again, I think if they wanted to go that high with an affordable project, they could use the density bonus, but they don't need it. If that makes any sense. It's not strong, I guess, outcome that would happen. Because their density at 20 units per acre is already too high for what they have on the ground.
Right.
It's already much higher than they can use, I guess,
Right.
because they have a height limitation. So they can only go up to a certain height. And so they can't build 50 units per acre, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Does that make sense? That's a really long way to say that. but-
No, I appreciate that. I guess if they don't think that they could ever build that out there, should we show it?
Oh, we don't have a choice.
Okay,
It's
gotcha.
a state law. Yeah. So
Gotcha.
this is required. But again, it's the affordable project. So
Gotcha.
like 3I was an affordable project, but they were probably at what? Do you remember the density, Eric? It's probably like 51 units. It's like 10 per acre, it's like, we can't get to that point.
Right,
Because
physically.
height restrictions still apply. So that was a good thing that's still.
Gotcha.
So I think it's 75 feet. Is that the,
75.
like, yeah.
Thanks for clarifying for me,
Sure,
Otto.
sure.
Appreciate it.
But the growth ordinance still applies.
The rate of growth ordinance still applies too. So it's like really good intentions to increase housing, but you can't get there. So that's what some of the ordinance changes. It took some time to get through it all, but yeah, at the end of the day, you have a lot of safety nets in our favor. So this one is confusing. So this is the one, and there's in your packet, the actual section Z, I believe. Let me see. It's. Got it?
I had
It's-
difficulty finding it. Where is it? Yeah, before,
is.
now I've lost it.
Let me get you there. So it's. I might have gone too far. Give me just a second. Because I would like you to look at it because it'll help you looking at these. So this is the one that says you can have a certain amount of should be. So it's section, it looks like this, it's mostly red. And it's section 9 performance standards. And it's Z, single family dwelling units. Yes. So this part of the law says, if you have a single family home now. So if you can, and up at the top of the table, if it contains one existing unit, you can have 2 additional units. One of those additional units can be inside the existing home or attached. And then one other can be detached. If you have 2 or more existing units, you cannot have any more. So if you already have 2 units, so you already have a duplex on a lot, you're done. If you have one single family home, you can add 2. You can add a house attached to it, so an accessory dwelling unit, and then you could add perhaps a barn single family home. So you can have 3. If it's vacant, you can do up to 4. But again, as we go through these, every one of those units, the way it's written is that they all have to have the minimum lot area per unit. So you're really going to see this in areas where you have zoning like a TVC 3, something to that effect, that only requires maybe 7,000 to 10,000 square foot lot. And you'll have a home with perhaps 40,000 square feet. So they have enough lot area that they could actually put another home and maybe even 2, the accessory dwelling unit as well in the back. So you're not going to get, every single family home in town can't suddenly put a single family home in the backyard. For one, deed restrictions still count. The majority of our single family subdivisions do have some sort of covenants in place, are established neighborhoods. And 2, they won't have, there are some circumstances where they will, but a lot of them won't have enough lot area to actually expand. So I know it's kind of a weird concept, but that's what the performance standards really, I thought, was the easiest way to understand it, because it's very, like, if you have this situation and you're in this area, this is how many you can have.
Is there any restriction on putting those restrictions on, covenants on? So for instance, a new development comes along and there's some sort of restriction on the amount of development that can take place in that.
I didn't find anything that would prohibit that from continuing, right?
So an HOA agreement could
Correct.
be no ADUs.
So it could, yeah, I think so. Yeah, for ADUs, sorry, I was in the single family part.
Well, I am also, I'm also thinking single
Yes.
family, but that's something that the board is going to need some clarity on.
Because those still apply across the board for all of this, any restrictive covenant, so that still works.
As an example.
Mhm. Uh-huh. let's go. So I don't know exactly what that's zoned, but let's say it's zoned, Village Residential 4. Just across here. So the minimum lot area is 5,000 square feet. So if they have a half-acre lot, they could in theory max this out and they already have a single family home on it. They could max it out and have an accessory dwelling unit attached, and they could have an additional home in the backyard. If it's vacant, they can have up to 4. Right. If they have water and sewer and everything else.
Now, didn't you say earlier that the additional unit, if it's a separate unit, has to be the same as the existing unit?
The square footage of the lot.
Oh.
So this chart, minimum lot area is really, where you get started. So say you have a piece of property and it's vacant and it's zoned, TVC 4, you would come to this chart. Okay, minimum lot area per each unit is 10,000 square feet. Well, I've only got 25,000 square feet, so you can get two single, if you meet all the other lot requirements, setbacks, all have to apply. So basically, in some situations, you would have enough to have perhaps a shared driveway and a home and a home. And some you could have a driveway and a home in the back, front and back, depending on how your lot's configured. So,
Now, if somebody wanted to do this, and I'm still using, say, Pleasant Hill
Sure.
as an example. Would the neighbors, if they objected to this, could they express that and basically
so
deny this from
No.
happening? No, okay.
no, not unless there was restrictive covenants and they were going against those. And the town doesn't enforce those, so that would be like a civil issue. But part of the first thing that they would do is they come to our office and they'd really be just looking at pulling building permits. If everything worked, they'd be pulling a single family building permit. And so we don't notice for that to the neighbors.
Mm.
I'm sure we get some calls. Right. But no, there wouldn't be a site plan required. Site plan's not required for single family. But they would definitely have to come in and go through the building permit process.
I have a question on them. Say we have, if you're maybe just shy of like the square footage to
Mhm.
have that additional lot on there. Would someone have to go to the zoning board to maybe have that be looked at
Right.
variance?
No, there's no, you just. the
There's
answer's
no avenue for that.
Right.
Okay,
No.
I'm just looking.
Yeah,
out
we
for
didn't
my
build in
ZBA friends.
anything for that. You have to have it, the minimum lot area.
Thank you.
The other question I had was regarding the parking.
Uh-huh.
number. I've been kind of following this in the paper. And I think this all came about primarily for the urban areas,
Mhm.
right?
That and a lot of rural areas don't allow maybe multifamily at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But they want to, encourage developers and not have them say, you need 5 parking spaces and things like this in the multifamily unit,
Well, this didn't change the parking for multifamily except in the affordable part.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think when I saw this, the parking limitations stuck out to me
Mm.
because it's just, most people have 2 vehicles
Mhm.
if they're working. And if they have another accessory unit, there's a good chance there's gonna be, and then
Yeah.
where does that vehicle go? So,
Yeah, for the accessory dwelling unit, we used to require 1 space and they took that away.
Yeah.
So yeah, that one is different.
But if the homeowner wants to put in the extra space,
They can.
Oh, they
yes,
can?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, they definitely can.
oh, okay, okay.
It's just you can't require it anymore. You can't
Oh, okay.
require an extra parking space for an ADU.
Okay,
So, and I think the idea with that is a lot of ADUs are for related family
Yeah.
members and things of that nature. I
we,
haven't-
and we can't require it either.
Right. The
Okay,
town can't
okay.
require the
Yeah, okay.
parking anymore for those. So I'm gonna go back, sorry, to give you that was my cheat sheet, that's like all of the things. So again, with this one, growth permits apply, right? So if you come in that Pleasant Hill neighborhood, you still have to get a growth permit. I'm also if we get done with this, I'm gonna go over the new chapter 413 with you all, either in this forum or at the end of the meeting. That's our rate of growth ordinance that just got approved. So growth permits still apply, subdivision, shoreland, restrictive covenants, all still apply. So really, this performance standards is sort of your cheat sheet on how it can work and where it can work. So these are the proposed amendments. So I already mentioned the performance standards. And then, because I thought it would be fun, I took some extra time and combined some of our districts into an easier to read and follow format. So we've repealed RFM, RF, R2, R3, R4, and R4A as individual zoning districts and put them all together into a table format. And so you can see them side by side. And so that's follows in this in your packet. And that is really just to create sort of some use, some ease of use when administering the code and to understand where we have. You used to have to go from this page to this page to this page to this page to see what the differences are, and now it's side by side. And so we were able to do that with the residential zoning districts and then also the village residential zoning districts. So for the time being, those sections got changed. No changes were made to them except what we had to do to comply with LD 2003, but the formatting. And then we also added a definition for growth area per legal review. And then each one of, outside of the districts that we combined in the tables, we had to change them individually. I tried to go through the TVC districts and put them together, and it was just, it just didn't happen. It was too much. It got overwhelming. They were all very unique, and I couldn't find a lot of consistency. So, but next steps, we'll go through that. So as you went through the tables or anything, did you have any questions about any of that part that you wanted to ask? Okay. And so section 6, this is the third section. This is just about the accessory dwelling units. And so we were already in really good shape. We have a really good accessory dwelling unit performance standards and rules, and we almost allowed them in every zoning district. So if a single family home is allowed on a lot, then an accessory dwelling unit is permitted. And so we just had to change a few districts for that. We had to change RH2, that's the Running Hill 2 district. A single family is allowed right now if it's in existence before, I believe, 2008, could be wrong. We had to add an ADU to that. And then TVC4 allows a single family, but didn't speak to accessory dwelling units, and the same for VR4, Village Residential 4. So we limited the size for ADUs. We already have that. We limit to 1 ADU. We had to remove the parking area for the ADUs because of the new law. We updated our definitions, and then we added these. Higgins Beach, that one came in from our town attorney, and Higgins Beach, if you're familiar with it, it's a form-based code, so there's no use. So it's a little trickier. There's one particular section that we had to strike because if you couldn't do a carriage house, which is an accessory dwelling unit, if a certain circumstance happened with how you were building, and we can't do that any longer. So it combined uses a bit with that development standards. And so that's that strike through on that one section. But other than that, that's all we had to do for ADUs.
Okay, I can ask another question. Okay, this is more process.
Yeah, folks, just, chime in when you have a question, please.
Yeah, now this, you said this was delayed until the 1st of January.
That's when we're required to enact it, but town council has already had their first reading, and this will be your public hearing. And then I suspect we'll still move to get it approved by July.
I was wondering more or less about the state. Why was it delayed? Do you, and the reason I bring it up,
Yeah.
is because sometimes these things, they decide to just fade away. And I was wondering, was there some, significant opposition to this or?
I think more than opposition, it was a really hard thing to do, to go through. And a lot of communities in Maine only have the annual town meeting. And so to give them only a year to do something like that was really difficult. And those communities got a year. And so other communities got 6 months just to get you, because just with me working on it, we already were in pretty good shape, but it was a substantial amount of work and a lot of communities don't have professional planners on staff. And so they had to go to outside places. So I think there was just a push like, hey, it's a great idea, but give us some more time. And so there were several bills pushed through, and that's the particular one that was approved.
Then the last question for me is it constantly mentions affordable housing in this. Was there anything about workforce housing?
Yes, workforce, you also get the 2.5 density bonus, and that's the 120% median income. You
Okay.
can afford that. So again, this table summarizes everything that was done. And so all these zoning codes on the left were touched, the ADU, just where we have the ads, and then the minimum lot clarification in the tables. You'll notice perhaps that some of them say minimum lot area per unit or single family home. And so it's all been written the exact same way. So it's minimum lot area per residential unit. And so all that's been clarified too. So that's really it. Happy to answer any more questions.
Anybody have any?
Where is this table available? I don't see it in the packet.
Oh, I'll send it to you. It's in the PowerPoint, sorry.
All right, I look forward to actually seeing this in a complete form. No strikeouts, just this is what we got. And then we can read, this is what we got, and at least have a good sense of what we're doing. Roger, did you have?
Yeah, just going back to my Pleasant Hill example again. I think Pleasant Hill is R3. And if it's, I just wonder, that's gonna require 15,000 square foot lot, right?
Area,
Yeah, so I suspect a lot of those homes there would not qualify then.
most likely,
Yeah,
right?
okay. Yeah, okay.
All right, thank you. In that case, I'm going to declare the workshop over. We have about 3 minutes, if anybody wants to wander away for 3 minutes before the start of the planning board meeting. For those of you who have come in for the planning board meeting, just in case, you should know that item 5.02 has been tabled at the request of the applicant. So if you're here to comment on 5.02, that has been tabled. The June 26th meeting of the Scarborough Planning Board is called to order. Please arise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Doreen, will you call the roll, please?
Bennett Flanders,
Here.
James Hebert,
Here.
Roger Beely,
Here.
Rick Manking,
Here.
and Rachel Henriksen.
Here. In the absence of Jen Ladd, Ben Flanders will be voting tonight. The next item is the approval of the minutes, the June 5th minutes. Do I hear a motion?
So move.
I'll second.
Roger Beely and James Hebert have seconded, have moved and seconded. Any corrections, suggestions, emendations? Nope. Doreen, please call for the vote.
Rick Manking,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes.
James Hebert,
Yes.
and Bennett Flanders.
Yes.
Thank you. The first item on the agenda for 4.01, the planning board will conduct a public hearing on proposed changes to the chapter 405 Town of Scarborough zoning ordinance to amend multiple zoning district standards to comply with LD 2003. For the town, Autumn, I believe this is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For those of you who are joining us, we just did a workshop to discuss this in detail. I will hit the highlights for this purpose. So LD 2003 was passed last April. It was set to go into effect July 1 of this year. However, we did receive a 6-month reprieve, so we have a bit of time. This has gone through the town's ordinance committee and the town council for first reading. LD 2003 essentially has the goal of increasing housing opportunities for the residents of Maine through affordable housing, through increases in density, through accessory dwelling units, and additional single-family homes that may be put onto single-family lots. The law section has to do with 4 sections, 4, 5, and 6. Section 4 is the affordable housing section. This applies for projects that are in zoning districts that allow multifamily in growth areas. To qualify, affordable is 80% of the median income for rentals, 120% median income for ownerships, and it does require 30-year deed restriction. The majority of the units must be affordable or workforce designation, and the density bonus is 2.5 times the base density. Parking requirements were decreased and now requires 2 parking spaces per 3 units. However, minimum lot sizes, water and wastewater, shoreland zoning, subdivision requirements, restricted covenants, and growth permits still remain in place. This chart is a summary of what the town is proposing for the amendments. We essentially added some language to our existing affordable density, residential density sections, and then we removed the affordable fee in lieu option for this scenario. Section 5 for residential units has to do with single-family homes and the ability to add additional single-family homes on a particular lot. The town took a conservative approach with this, and we did use our minimum lot areas. So if you have an existing single-family home right now and you have enough lot area, you could perhaps add another single-family dwelling to the rear or side, and you could also add an attached unit or a unit inside. So if you have an existing single-family home, you can go up to 3. If the lot is vacant and it's properly zoned, you could have up to 4 units. And if it already has 2 units on it, no other units are permitted with LD 2003. All of these rules do still remain in, do keep in place our zoning, our lot size per unit, setbacks, subdivision requirements, shoreland zoning, restrictive covenants, and growth permits do apply in this one as well. These are the amendments that are before you. So we repealed the residential sections and combined them for ease of use. We also repealed the village residential sections and combined those for ease of use. The amendments are made individually to our TVC districts and our Running Hill districts, RPO district, and then Beach 1. Section 6 has to do with accessory dwelling units. Essentially, the law says that anywhere housing is allowed, single-family home is allowed, and accessory dwelling unit is allowed. The town was in good shape with our existing ordinances. We just had to make a few minor adjustments. We did have to remove the parking requirement for ADUs. We also added that you can only have one ADU per lot. And rate of growth permits do not apply for this particular one. So this is the effect on our districts. We adjusted our performance standards. We updated definitions. We updated our off-street parking requirement. And then we added ADU as a permitted use to Village Residential 4, TVC 4, Running Hill 2, because single-family homes were already allowed. And then we took out a provision in the Higgins Beach that prohibited carriage houses if you had a rear addition. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room that would like to make a comment? Please go up to the podium, give your name and address, and comments are limited to 3 minutes. And if nobody in the room stands up and races to the podium, I will look to see if we have any member of the public on the Zoom call. Any hands raised? 10, 9, 8. All right, hearing no member of the public ready to make a comment, I'm going to declare the public comment period over and ask the board members if they have any comments that they would like to pass on to the town council. I take the fact that everyone is looking at their shoes or off into the distance to be a no. In that case, there are no comments that we have for this. I would like to thank the staff for a tremendous, absolutely tremendous amount of work and timely. While we have those extra 6 months, I understand that we should be able to move forward ahead of that time limit. So thank you very much for the work that you did. And this public hearing is closed. Next item on the agenda, 5.01, Project Expeditors Consulting Corporation requests a site plan approval to convert the former Wendy's on Hannaford Drive to a Chase Bank. The project involves parking lot improvements, landscaping, window and trim treatments, as well as installation of a stone base. The property is further identified as 1 Hannaford Drive, Assessors Map U44, Lot 8A. For the town, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Project Expeditors is in front of the planning board with a site plan amendment on behalf of Chase Bank. As the chair mentioned, this would convert the existing Wendy's restaurant, or former Wendy's restaurant, I should say, to a proposed bank. Staff has worked with the applicant to furnish responses on items related to landscaping, pedestrian connectivity, and AD accessibility improvements on this portion of Route 1. With these items in mind, we provided a draft motion for the board's consideration for approval. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Hi, good evening, members of the board. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, thank you. And please
right.
give your name.
Of course. My name is Katie Oliha. I am with Stonefield Engineering and Design. We are the civil engineers working with the applicant on the development. So if with the board's permission, I'll go ahead and share my screen if that's okay.
Sure. Make your case.
All right. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. Can you see that all right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, wonderful. So again, my name is Katie Oliha with Stonefield Engineering and Design. We're the civil engineers in the project. The site is located at 1 Hannaford Drive, as was mentioned, and is under existing conditions, a Wendy's drive-through with a Wendy's restaurant with drive-through. I apologize. The site is currently accessed via one ingress only drive-through off of Hannaford Drive, as well as one ingress and egress access off of Foley Farm Road. So jumping over to our site plan here. So as was noted, the intent is an adaptive reuse of the existing Wendy's restaurant. We will be reutilizing the existing building as well as the existing drive-through facilities, kind of limiting the amount of work that actually needs to be done for the site. Additional improvements outside of the building improvements will include security lighting, ADA accessibility, restriping, repair of some existing asphalt, as well as some landscaping. Now, the plan that you see on the screen does not reflect this change, but we have had some discussions with the town up to this point, and this area here that I've highlighted in blue will be modified to show some enhanced landscaping rather than pavement. So these 4 spaces will be removed. There will still be plenty of parking for Chase purposes, but in the interest of kind of improving upon the area and making it a little bit more aesthetically pleasing, this area here, the spaces will be removed and additional enhanced landscaping will be provided. And at that point, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have regarding the development.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment? Any member in the room? Any member online? Seeing none, public comment period is over. Now turn this over to the board members. I'm not going to go up and down the row, but raise your hand if you're ready to go. James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few comments on here. One, for your light fixture schedule, I'd like you to specify all the light fixtures at 3,000 Kelvin. I think it looks like, according to the model numbers, they're all at 4,000 Kelvin. So
Okay.
that's just A, B, C1, C2, and also provide them with a CRI color rendering index of 80, please, or just to confirm that. I would also, as part of the fixture specification, please have a capability included to dim the parking lights during evening hours after 11 p.m., say between 11 p.m. and sunrise. Doesn't have to be to 10% or anything like that, but at least a 50% at night, just to avoid dark sky implications and light pollution, excessive lighting at night. The parking lot will theoretically be empty at that time of night during the wee hours in the morning. So having lower light levels in that area will still make it easy for law enforcement to spot vehicles. My last comment is on your, were you able to confirm on your plant schedule on your landscaping plan C8? Make sure, I guess, confirm that all of the evergreen trees, shrubs, grass, things that you are planting in this area are all seeds that are approved to be planted in the state of Maine. I believe there's a list with the appropriate state agency to just to make sure that we're not inserting any sort of seeds that are foreign to this area into the soil. Get what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, all plantings will be native species.
Great, thank you. Those are the only comments I have right now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go, Madam Chair, because I just
Okay.
want to piggyback on James. And it was noted in the staff comments about the intensity or the foot candles. There needs to be a reduction. In some cases, some significant reduction in the light levels. While I agree with James, the CRI and the color, the 3K are certainly what we're looking for, but we're also looking to maintain IES standards. And that's going to be, probably just a fixture, picking a different fixture or different photo metrics of that fixture to get you within those IES standards. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Roger Beely.
Thank you. I just want to ask you about the staff's comment regarding the sidewalk going out to Foley Road. I don't-
Yes. So regarding providing additional access, so there will be, unfortunately, of course, my computer has now not cooperating with me very much, but again, another thing that we haven't updated on the plan that you see in front of you, but there will be access provided. And I apologize, my screen's a bit frozen here, but where we have this end of sidewalk here, we will be providing additional crosswalk and sidewalk all the way up to the Foley Farm Road.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben?
I have no comments, Madam Chair.
All right, I've got a couple, really just what I want to do is, since we did not see this on the June 5th meeting, I want to make sure that in the interim, you've taken care of or addressed some of the comments that were made then. So I'm just going to kind of run through them and you can let me know how that's going. So let me see if I can find it here. And the memorandum from the Traffic Solutions. They recommend do not enter sign should be installed on both corners of the existing one-way driveway approach at the interior of this, at the interior site circulatory drive. Is that going to happen?
Yes, that will happen. We have agreed to do that.
All right, thank you. All right, I see that you've already discussed supplementing with some additional planting and the reconstruction of the curb ramp at the intersection. And the proposed building signs will not exceed the area or number of such signs currently existing. And you've added those notes to the plan, so we're all set on the signage?
The applicable notes will be added. Again, this particular sheet does not reflect it, but the notes will be added.
Okay, and you're doing the restriping and reconstruction on the pedestrian access to Hannaford Drive?
Yes.
All right, I think that resolves any questions that I had. Thank you for paying attention. Thank you for taking a look at what our concerns were and resubmitting, taking the opportunity to resubmit a more completed plan. Does anybody else on the board have questions? No, in that case, I do have a draft motion prepared. Draft motion for Chase Bank site plan review. I move to approve the project titled Chase Bank proposed by Project Expeditors Consulting Corporation on behalf of Chase Bank as depicted on the plan set prepared by Stonefield Engineering and Design dated 5/12/23 with the following findings and conditions. Findings, the proposal is for a fit up of the former Wendy's restaurant located at 1 Hannaford Drive as a Chase Bank. The project includes addition of a stone base around the building, removal of existing shutters, trim work, and painting the existing wood siding. Additionally, asphalt repair, lighting improvements, grading, landscaping, and stormwater work is proposed as part of the project. Conditions, number one, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, address comments in the staff memo dated 6/5/23. B, update plan sets to show ADA truncated domes and do not enter signage as described in the Traffic Solutions memo revised 5/31/23. C, review the northwest corner of the intersection of Route 1 and Hannaford Drive and confirm and make required ADA improvements to this corner. At a minimum, this includes revising the sidewalk ramp slopes to meet ADA slope requirements of 8.33%. D, provide formal approvals from the Scarborough Sanitary District and Portland Water District. E, address planning board comments as discussed at the 6/26 meeting, including I, replacing 4 parking spaces along Hannaford Drive with landscape area. 2, prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall A, provide a report with the inspection results and repairs made to the existing stormwater management basin. Inspections of fall stormwater facilities must be conducted by a Maine DEP certified inspector. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Beely. Questions? In case, please call the roll down, Doreen.
Bennett Flanders,
Yes.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rachel Henriksen,
Yes.
Roger Bailey,
Yes.
and Rick Manking.
Yes.
Project is passed. Congratulations. Welcome to Scarborough.
Thank you so very much. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Again, as a reminder, item 5.02 has been tabled at the request of the applicant. 5.03 Crossroads Holdings LLC request a site plan review for a commercial development at the intersection of Higas Parkway and Market Street. The project would include office, retail, restaurant, and bank uses. The property is further identified as Assessors Map R52, Lot 4 for the town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Crossroads is in front of the planning board with a site plan for the first phase of a multi-phase project. This would be for what's called Building 2, which includes light retail, office, and restaurant uses. The applicant has presented a plan that actually shows multiple islands in the rear of the parking lot to break up that impervious area and heat-prone area, as well as formal approval from the Scarborough Sanitary District as previously requested by the staff. Staff has provided the board with a draft motion for consideration that requires the future uses to be subject to site plan approval and that a phasing plan be submitted to ensure the condition of the parking lot is maintained to town standard throughout the project. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Good evening, Board. Drew Gagnon with Goral Palmer, representing Crossroad Holdings LLC. I'm just going to share my screen here. Looks like I'll be a panelist. There we go. Thank you. So again, we've been in front of the board a few different times here. I just wanted to quickly go over any of the updates we've had since the last meeting. This was provided in your packet, which is just more of an architectural colored rendering of the site. What I wanted to draw your attention to was the amount of green space that this site is still preserving with the impervious area. So what we've done is the dark green is existing vegetation that's to remain, and then the lighter green is some of the bushes and trees that are presented around the site. In addition, and hearing the board's comments at the last meeting, this plan, a more technical drawing, shows the additional landscape islands that we added around the parking bays to withdraw 3 of the 4 waivers that we were requested at the last meeting. So in addition to that, we were able to remove some impervious area near the banks plaza area, as well as adjacent to the 3 buildings on site. So we pulled the impervious area back off the building, except for where there are walkways directly abutting an entryway or door. In addition, we've read through the staff and peer review comment memo. We are in agreement and comfortable addressing all those as a condition of approval. That includes the internal truck wayfinding signage and then the revised turning movements that showed clipping some of the curbs. So those are relatively easy fixes that we're comfortable addressing. We're seeking final approval for this. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room or online who would like to comment? As a reminder, please give your name and address and keep your comments to a 3-minute limit. Anybody online? No hands up? All right, in that case, public comment is over, and I will turn this over to members of the board. But now I'm going to say Rick Manking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we've seen this a few times, and I want to just extend to the developer appreciations for working through some of the complications that we had with this site originally. and it looks like we're all talking on the same page. I would want to ask you, you're okay with the fact that we're asking you now to, when you come to do buildings 1 and 3, you're going to be subjected to another plan review. That's okay?
Yep, we understand that.
All right. I think the way it's worked out is we pretty much have followed our ordinances, and you folks were adapting to those ordinances, and I appreciate that effort. I don't have any further comments. I think everything is laid out here in the draft motion. So therefore, I yield the rest of my time to my colleagues.
To Roger Beely.
Thank you. I guess I have a question for staff, pertaining to the phasing of the intersection. Is staff satisfied with the
It-
arrangement?
Is that,
You're talking about the TMP improvements?
Right.
Or
In,
do you mean the phasing plan for the actual construction of the?
yeah, item
building?
2 on traffic consultants, the peer reviewer, item 2. He was pretty adamant about,
Oh, is that the one that was highlighted?
well, I have.
Yeah, so the draft motion that's been provided to the board is consistent with the Higas District subdivision conditions of approval and what was referenced in the traffic solutions memo. So the draft motion includes language that states the project would be conditioned on no certificate of occupancy prior to the TMP improvements at Market and Downs as required by the applicant's DOT TMP, unless otherwise approved by Maine DOT. That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, good. Then I'm also assuming, seeing I haven't seen anything else, that the other issue was the retaining wall. I think the applicant has done as much as they can to, work under those conditions of that site. So I basically don't have any problem with what they're doing, what they're attempting to do, so I don't know if that's still an issue.
well, it's an issue if somebody decides to vote against it,
Okay,
but
okay. All right. I'm all set.
It's your decision, Roger.
your decision,
Well, I
your
would- I
decision.
would support this.
Thank you. And I'm going this way. James,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for looking at some of the lighting comments and incorporating those as well. My comments mimic my colleagues, and I have no further additional comment, Madam Chair.
thank you. And Ben,
I agree with James with no additional comments.
thank you very much. Not surprisingly, I have some additional comments. A couple of things. One, I appreciate the efforts that you've made. It's interesting that you are starting to talk about shared parking. We've used shared parking in other places in town. And that's a technique that can be used as we start to get into areas where parking is a little more crunched. I appreciate the discussion of that. I did raise the issue a little earlier today with the planning staff, and it might not be something that you were aware of. And that is, it occurred to me that since it's the building that's first being built, we really need to see a sort of a phasing plan to figure out, especially around the parking. In other words, how much parking is going to be built for the first building? How are you going to accommodate protection of the land that's left that's going to be used for the rest of the parking? So some information on that, how you're going to manage that would be very, very helpful. The thing that reminded me is I took a look at the project Jocelyn House and recalled that when we were looking at that property, because there was going to be a building, an office building built to the connected parking lot, the board was concerned at that point to ensure that the parking lot that was built for Jocelyn House met all of the standards, and that it was clear what was going to happen as the other building perhaps came in. So that's kind of what we want to see with this. And I don't know if I've explained it to you adequately, but that's the concern. So it really is a phasing plan, how you're going to handle the land, the raw land that might be there, that will eventually become parking. So you don't have to answer that because we happen to have that in a draft motion. Unless you have a question about it, which I'd be happy to talk to you with.
No, we're comfortable, we can come up with a phasing plan prior to construction, so.
All right, thank you. And see, that wasn't that hard, was it? I have a draft motion. The Downs Multi-Building Commercial Site Plan Review. I move to approve the project titled Market Street Development Phase 1, proposed by Crossroads Holding LLC as depicted in plan sets provided by Goral Palmer dated 6/12/23 with the following findings and conditions. Findings. The project is for phase 1 of the development. Phase 1 will include construction of a 30,000 square foot commercial structure on lot 1 of the Higas District subdivision. The building will be for office, retail, and restaurant uses. Buildings 1 and 3 are required to return for additional site plan review and approval based on actual users. Waivers. 1, site plan review ordinance section 4D2 to reduce the minimum drive aisle from 25 to 24 feet. Conditions. 1, prior to issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, address the comments in the staff memo dated 6/26/23. B, address the comments in the Barton and Logidis memo dated 6/17/23. If as a result of further analysis, plan changes are necessary, a site plan amendment is required. C, the applicant shall execute and record a stormwater maintenance agreement with the town. The form of the stormwater maintenance agreement is located in Appendix 1 of the Town of Scarborough's Chapter 419 Post-Construction Stormwater Infrastructure Management Ordinance. D, update plan sets and narrative materials to reflect items discussed at the 6/5/23 Planning Board meeting. This includes 1, landscaping improvements between the 2 driveway entrances. 2, provide a phasing plan for site development, ensuring parking is built to town standards and no dead-end conditions are created. E, pay traffic impact fees totaling $71,760. Dunstan Corners, $42,060. Higas at Route 1, $29,700. Impact fees for future phases must be paid prior to building permit issuance for future site plan approvals. 2, prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall A, ensure off-site improvements required by the Downs TMP at Higas Parkway and Market Street are installed and functional. Any occupancy of this lot before the off-site improvements are installed shall be approved by Maine DOT. B, provide an updated calculation of total indoor and outdoor seating area. If this figure exceeds 7,750 square feet, as permitted in this application, additional review is required. 3, prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall submit evidence in the form of a letter or plan prepared and stamped by a professional engineer who either prepared the post-construction stormwater management plan and its associated facilities or supervised the plan and facilities construction and implementation. The letter or plan shall certify that the stormwater management facilities have been installed in accordance with the approved post-construction stormwater management plan and that they will function as intended by said plan. 4, prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall provide a final signage plan. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 5, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. All plan modifications are to be completed prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Ben? All right, second by Ben. Doreen, please call the roll.
Bennett Flanders,
Yes.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Lou Henriksen,
Yes.
Roger Bailey,
Yes.
and Rick Munking.
Yes.
It has passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as a couple of reminders, I try to hold a brief break at sometime close to 8:30. And we do not take any new items after 10 o'clock at night. So as we get closer to 10 o'clock, if we do get closer to that close to 10 o'clock, those of you who are waiting might want to consider whether you will be heard today or at the next meeting. Next item on the agenda. Item 5.04, Crossroads Holdings LLC requests final subdivision review of the Downstown Center subdivision. Subdivision is a 34-acre, 7-lot subdivision in Scarborough Downs. The property is further identified as Assessors Map R52, Lot 4. For the town, Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Crossroads is in front of the board with a final subdivision plan for consideration for the Downstown Center subdivision. As the chair mentioned, this is a approximately 34-acre, 7-lot subdivision. Staff's worked with the Downs team on some materials for pavers and crosswalks in this area, as well as language to facilitate and limit vehicular access to the conservation easement area for maintenance. Additionally, it's recommended that the board require any future commercial site plans in this district to provide a truck turning and circulation plan so as to limit the large vehicles that are going through the Downs and Market Street intersection, as well as providing Public Works approval for any finalized paving materials. A draft motion has been provided to this effect for the board's consideration, which includes town approval of the final paver materials and design. With that, I turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Thank you again. Drew Gagnon with Coral Palmer representing Crossroad Holdings LLC. Going to share the screen again. This will be brief. So thanks again for hearing us for the final subdivision for Town Center. Eric did a good job summarizing. I just want to provide a couple updates since we last discussed on the June 6th and how we got to this point again. So we received concurrence and approval from Maine DOT on the stormwater outfalls that are located within the conservation easement. We provided that language and approval to the city that I believe, to the town, which I believe provided to the board as well. As Eric mentioned, the Public Works, we've worked with the Public Works in the town on the materials and the construction and typical section for the pavers that are kind of unique to Scarborough. I think there's just a few minor things. We dropped off a sample. Other than that, we have conditional approval from the Public Works Director. A comment from the board last time, we did confirm that the fire truck can make the movement in the future condition as well. I just wanted to update the board with that. That was checked, and we're in concurrence with the town and peer review comments. And we can get all those questions answered as through conditions of approval. So one of those things is color and texture on the shoulder part of the raised intersection that we're happy to work with them on. So seeking final approval, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. It's time for a public hearing. Is there any member of the public in the room or online that would like to comment? Do we have anyone online? No raised hands. Public comment period is over, and I turn this over to the board. Let's start at this end. James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have many comments. Thanks for checking the fire department vehicle auto turn. I appreciate that. I don't have any further comment, Madam Chair.
Very good. Ben.
I just have a quick question since I am new to the board. Can you just please explain to me the reason for this waiver on the feet differential?
Yeah, certainly. So we're just requesting a waiver and reduction of the tangent between reverse curves. That's right where we stopped the I believe, third amended town center subdivision, and where we begin our next curve up the Downs Road. On a numerous amount of factors, one of them is traffic calming. And just to get the alignment in order to kind of get the pump station lot and get the available area for the stormwater. So it's just a reduction in that 150-foot tangent.
Thank you. I have no further comment.
All right. Roger?
Thank you. I looked at the draft and I didn't see this, so I'm gonna ask the question about the limitation on through heavy trucks going through the intersection. Is there some arrangements made on that?
We provided some wayfinding signage for truck routes to go around it. The design intention was always, we don't want the large WB 67 to 67-foot trailer trucks going through the intersection. So we intentionally designed it a little bit more tight to not only prohibit it with signage, but also not kind of make it uncomfortable for them to make that turn. So we're in support of that.
So basically, with the other project that's gonna be right on the corner with the restaurant and everything, any major trucks coming in from Market Street, there'll be basically there'll be some notification that they're, don't continue right through the intersection.
Yeah, and I think as part of the condition was there's for all the commercial sites, they're going to have their own truck kind of wayfinding and plan to show how we would anticipate the trucks would be moving. Again, it's tough to prevent it other than signage and the design of making it tight so that it's uncomfortable for trucks to make it, but that's the intent, and that each site plan has a truck movement diagram, if you will, that'll show where, the intended size of the trucks and where the delivery area would be.
Because I think I've seen signage that, trucks over a certain weight cannot go a certain places. So are you saying you can't do that, or is that going to be done?
Right, I think what you're referring to is posting roads, which is a process that the town would need to go through, but I don't think that's proposed at this time.
No,
as
I
part of this
understand
project.
that, but I mean, the idea behind that is to keep these trucks from going through that intersection. In other words, there's no way of stopping that then, other than just trying to convince them not to do it.
I think, Roger, that was sort of looking at the auto turn, as you were mentioning, coming up from, and correct me if I'm wrong, Drew, this is on memory, coming up from Market Street, a truck would take that entire intersection to take that right. And so the intention is probably maybe through the town process, we can, through our ordinance, restrict traffic or truck traffic through that area. And I think that's where we're kind of leaning towards with the Downs, trying to figure out where they need to get trucks and where they don't need to get trucks through. And they're designing it specifically to not be able to, technically, yes, you can take a right. I shouldn't say that. But you're taking the entire intersection to do it. And so that's where, as Drew mentioned, making sure that the sites that come through are not sending trucks through that intersection, so that when the town does restrict it, it doesn't hamper their ability to get supplies or other things through.
Okay, so
That makes
basically
sense.
it's still,
And maybe Drew wants to speak to that. I don't know, is that your?
No, so I mean, what we're proposing and developing here isn't a bypass road for trucks. So we're not really concerned with like pass by truck movement, if you will. So it's really isolated to each lot we're developing. What are they going to require for a delivery vehicle and how are we getting them there? And the intention is these commercial sites, if a large truck is the delivery and the design vehicle, where are they coming from? And then further using the sites to kind of manage that, making sure they're not going towards the intersection and taking a left or right out of Market or Downs Road. So that's the intention is promoting the truck traffic either up through one of the first bypass roads or managing it with your own individual site and whatever your design vehicle is.
okay. That's all I really have. The only other thing I was intrigued with were the pavers, but you're gonna work that out with the Public Works. Well, I'm all set, thanks.
All right, thank you. Rick?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I am looking forward to seeing the pavers. That's kind of like the heart of the downtown, and it's going to be focal point for the town. And we've seen this and we've worked through this project numerous times. And I think we've massaged it to the point where I'm comfortable that this will be an addition to the Downs and to the town. So good luck as you start building out. It's
Thank you. I have just a couple of relatively minor questions left. One of them is, I can find it on my sheet. You made a comment, and we've had the discussion of the connection of Sawgrass to Sawgrass. I know that there was a bicycle trail planned. What's the status of that?
I believe it's still under construction, and it will be connected later this summer. Later this summer, should be connected and paved.
All right, and when it is connected, you'll put up signs directing bicyclists as to the Sawyer Road or whatever.
From town center or as part of the other projects in the Downs.
Well, whatever signs are appropriate so that bicyclists know they can get to Eastern Trail either by going on Sawyer Road or the regular way. In other words, also going to Sawyer Road using that trail gets you to the municipal campus. So at some point, once bicyclists know that they can start to travel that road, it would be helpful to let them know it's go this way to get to the municipal campus if you're a bicyclist.
Yeah, we can work with town staff on bicycle wayfinding for that.
Yeah, I mean,
so.
basically, it's some wayfaring once that way is actually available for
Yep.
them.
Cool.
The other question I had, it's as much a comment as a question. We've had questions before, concerns about multimodal transportation and accessibility. Is there any plan in the future for a bus to come through the town center on Scarborough Downs Road and through that intersection? And if there is, where would you see a future bus stop?
Yeah, we're hoping that transit does come through the town center. We've preliminary located on our site plan, actually north of the Downs and Market intersection, just kind of the general location. And we can, work with town staff depending on the direction of the route, which side of the road would be on, but we'd anticipate it near that kind of central intersection area is where we'd anticipate it.
Okay, yeah, one of the things that reminded me of it is the 3i home with folks who might be very likely to use public transit with buses with handicapped accessibility. So please appreciate you starting to think about that.
Certainly.
That is all I have. I do have a draft motion. Downs Town Center Final Subdivision Review. I move to approve the final subdivision application of the Downs Town Center Phase 1 proposed by Crossroads Holdings LLC. The project is depicted in plan sets prepared by Goral Palmer dated 6/12/23. Findings: the proposal is for the first phase of the town center subdivision at Scarborough Downs. It includes 7 lots for a mix of commercial, office, restaurant, retail, and multifamily uses. Waivers: 1, per section 5D of the street acceptance ordinance. The planning board reduces the minimum tangent between curves of reverse alignment from 150 feet to 30 feet on Downs Road. Conditions: 1, prior to the release of the signed subdivision plan for recording, the applicant shall: A, provide approval from Maine DOT for work in the conservation easement. B, receive approval from the Public Works Director on manufacturer, color, size, pattern, and material for all pavers to be used in the subdivision. Application of all pavers must follow the heavy-duty paver detail on sheet C403. C, the 3 8-foot paver sections between ADA plates and flush granite shall have distinct color, style, and/or pattern from the on-street crosswalks and pavers. D, update the plan set to reduce the ADA detectable warning strips to the width of the crossing pavers at Market Street and Downs Road. E, address the comments in the Haley Ward memo dated 6/19/23. F, address the comments in the Barton and Lojadis memo dated 6/20/23. G, the applicant shall execute and record a stormwater maintenance agreement with the town. The form of the stormwater maintenance agreement is located in Appendix 1 of the Town of Scarborough's Chapter 419, Post-Construction Stormwater Infrastructure Management Ordinance. H, provide a performance guarantee required by Section 9 of the Town of Scarborough Subdivision Ordinance with costs based on the final plan set. This shall be reviewed by the Planning Department. 2, any change from the approved paver materials and overall design of the Scarborough Downs Road and Market Street intersection, as well as crosswalks, will require planning board review and approval. 3, each subsequent non-residential site plan for the subdivision shall require a truck routing and circulation plan for deliveries to be reviewed and approved by the planning board. 4, the Market Street monitoring program described in the preliminary subdivision submission dated 5/1/23 shall be implemented. This shall start in the 1st August upon completion of the Market Street and Downs Road intersection. If the monitoring program is not started at this time, this shall be considered a violation of the planning board approval. 5, any future bus stop shall be approved by the planning department in accordance with the town's ordinances. 6, prior issuance of the first CO in the subdivision, the applicant shall submit evidence in the form of a letter or plan prepared and stamped by a professional engineer who either prepared the post-construction stormwater management plan and its associated facilities or supervised the plan and its facilities construction and implementation. The letter or plan shall certify that the stormwater management facilities have been installed in accordance with the approved post-construction stormwater management plan and that they will function as intended by said plan. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Rick Meinking. Doreen?
Rick Minking,
Yes.
Roger Bailey,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes.
James Hebert,
Yes.
and Bennett Flanders.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Blank. Section 5.05. Crossroads Holdings LLC requests a subdivision amendment review of the Innovation District subdivision. The amendment is for review of a roundabout at the intersection of Downs Road and Innovation Way. The property is further identified as Assessor's Map R52, Lot 4. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Crossroads is requesting review of the 9th amended subdivision of the Innovation District at Scarborough Downs. This project would include a 4-legged roundabout at the intersection of Innovation Way and Downs Road. The project has been reviewed by the town's peer traffic engineering review consulting team, as well as Mark Lenters, who is the preferred DOT roundabout reviewer for the state. Mr. Lenters has provided the board with a memo recommending several changes to the design of the roundabout. Staff supports these changes and has provided a draft motion of approval with these in mind. In addition, the draft motion includes additional wetland delineation and erosion control measures along significant natural resource areas. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Good evening, Dan Bacon here on behalf of Crossroads. Share my screen. Okay. Thank you. We were last before you, I think back in April. We presented the sketch plan for this same roundabout design. At that time, board gave us kind of positive support and feedback on the approach. Since then, our engineering team, Tool Design, John Mahoney is here with us this evening, and Lucy, a team member online, really has spent the last few months advancing the plans to an engineering set kind of ready for your review, approval, and construction later this summer. As part of that, we've included a landscape plan that you didn't see at the sketch plan level. It's really extending the landscaping approach that's already in place between Payne Road and Innovation Way. It also provides a bench and a kind of placemaking and resting area at the southern corner of the intersection where the sidewalk and multi-use path provide a stopping point and a crosswalk connecting future town center with the Innovation District. As Eric indicated, also over these past few months, we've not only had the peer review process occur, Mr. Lenter's review and comments that John can speak to, and he's already started working on those updates. We've also reviewed the plans with Kittleson Associates, who's another national transportation engineering firm who worked with Costco. And they too have significant roundabout experience, and similar to Mark and the reviewers, overall felt the design approach was appropriate and a good fit for this intersection. So we're eager to have this meeting this evening, get any final planning board comments, and also eager to actually start construction later this summer. The goal really is to have this in place prior to the opening of Costco and also IDEX, who are obviously important end users and also generate a fair amount of traffic, so that we can have this roadway, this intersection, Payne intersection, Innovation District kind of in place and fully functional prior to those primary openings. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John, and then we'll happy to answer any questions the board has. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. John Mahoney from Tool Design. I think really Dan said most of it. So this is, since we've last met, we have developed a set of engineered plans. We've made it's essentially the same roundabout you saw, but we have made some adjustments to better accommodate freight vehicles. We did adjust the acute angle from the Scarborough Downs Road on the bottom of the page to take a right turn onto Paddock Road, and now a ladder truck can make that turn. So made that adjustment. The plans we submitted includes grading and drainage and lighting and photometrics. And we are in receipt of the town's comments. We definitely support, doubling down on the erosion control adjacent to wetlands. I think that's a great idea. And, we are in the process of adjusting. Well, let's see, Mark Lenters, who Dan mentioned, who's a national roundabout expert, reviewed it. He suggested some slight adjustments to the curb lines, which we're working through. And then at that point, we plan to resubmit the engineered drawings for a final review by the town. And I think that's any questions or?
The questions we turn over to the public right now.
Okay.
So this is an item.
Can we have, Lucy's gonna speak to.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you able to, let's see, oh, here we go. We're on.
Thank you. Great. I just wanted to quickly review the analysis of the operations that we went through as part of the design, and then how that was confirmed by the reviewers. The roundabout is designed with consideration of full build out traffic, looking at both the AM peak, PM peak, and Saturday peak hours. And a great concern was backing up of queues extending to driveways, and there really don't, the model results show nothing will get close to the driveway, so we wouldn't see any blockage or congestion. And we had two different reviewers who are both national roundabout experts review the plans and our model of the roundabout as Dan mentioned, one is Mark Lenters, who's the state preferred, and he actually ran the numbers through a different software package. That's a UK-based software with got similar results. And then Kittleson Associates working for Costco. They are actually the author of the current federal roundabout design guide. So also very well respected, very experienced. And they also concluded, and they did another independent model. There's a lot of different models for roundabouts, but that they felt the capacity would be adequate at full build out and were really comfortable with the design. So just wanted to highlight that, and then we can turn it over for questions.
Thank you. This is an item that is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room or online that would care to comment, raise their hands, wave? Nobody waving at us? All right, in that case, public comment is over. I turn this over to the board. Free for all. Who wants to go first? Roger, excuse me, Rick.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I didn't realize that construction of a roundabout was a career path. Based on the amount of consultants and experts that we have on this. So, you know, here's just a citizen in Scarborough that is impressed with the amount of expertise that was involved in this. And you know, when we first saw this, you know, I certainly had the reservations of that turning into using the roundabout to get and continue on the Scarborough Downs Road. I think that was my biggest concern. And I did not read word for word all of the language here that kind of gets me to a comfort zone that this looks like it will work. And I really appreciate knowing that we won't have queuing problems with the other businesses that are coming in. So one question I have is, I know you have a landscape plan for the center of the Rotary. Do you see anything else? Just, is it going to be landscape? Will it be some sort of a memorial or reminder that this whole area used to have a great history in horse track racing or something of that nature? I don't know, the Headless Horseman comes to mind, but that doesn't always incite. Maybe in October, it's a good thing, but just a question.
Not on a road, please.
We did lay out the landscape plan within the roundabout to leave space for future kind of focal point. Could be.
Yeah, we don't want anybody to
Downs
get in an
oriented.
accident because they're looking
Right.
at a focal point.
Right.
But it does kind of, you know, you're going to have place making with bench and stuff like that. Just
We are.
Yeah.
But we did,
but not.
we didn't want to race to a conclusion on what's in the core. So we're providing landscape right now, kind of
Yep.
meet our construction schedule, which is starting as soon as possible. And that's why we wanted kind of approval this evening. But we have opportunity to always add something there, and maybe there's a creative process to kind of go through
Yep.
to get to that. So our design doesn't preclude something cool going in addition to landscaping going in the center.
Get it. Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Roger?
Maybe a sulky wagon would be good there. I actually have no questions. No, this is well done, and so I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
I guess maybe more to what my colleague Rick is speaking to is more of, and I'm not thinking of anything specific, but just keeping in mind as we go through all the different phases here, remembering that this is center of town, a lot of history, character of Scarborough, and doing what you can to make it less look like, you know, we're just driving into another commercial district or another residential neighborhood kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate that.
Placemaking is really important to us as well. So
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that, Dan. Lastly, you'll confirm that I noticed that the light fixture cut sheets didn't have the model information filled out on it. I understand that there is a separate requirement that you'll run by Angela to make sure that the fixtures being put in there match the current standard, maintain the current standard that's already been put in place?
Yes, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a couple of comments, or one comment at least, regarding the center of the roundabout, kind of along the lines of what Rick was saying. I'm sure someone who's much more expert at this than I have has thought about, visibility of cars entering the roundabout and seeing cars coming across and from other areas, but I just want to make sure that whatever we're landscaping in the middle or building a statue or whatever isn't going to obstruct the view, especially with also the islands there with possible landscaping, make sure anybody can be able to see.
Do you want to speak to the importance of?
Yeah, I
that?
can speak to that. So it's interesting that the center island it's actually preferred for it to be opaque. And it seems counterintuitive at first, but the idea is you want to be focused on looking to the left and looking at the circular travel way in front of you and not across, because that is not necessarily information you need. There are also sight distance envelopes looking mostly to the left as you come into the roundabout, and we did evaluate those, and we've kept the trees, like trees with a relatively slender trunk and canopy are okay in that sight distance envelope, but like, for example, like a fir tree or an evergreen would not be okay. So we've checked all that, and we believe the sight distance have been met, and that's been reviewed.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Yep, thank you. I'm kind of follow up with that, and I noticed that you have on the landscaping perennials and ornamental grasses, and it wasn't clear to me how you're going to handle that. In other words, is individual beds or clumps or what and where? I mean, I'm looking at your plant list. Are they gonna be all mixed in? I just don't actually have a sense of how you're going to use the perennials and ornamental grasses.
Are you referring to in the center?
No, I'm referring to L100. Is there going to be more perennials and ornamental grasses in some of the grassed areas around? I notice you've got some seed mix there.
We do. So similar to, and you probably don't drive, from Payne Road into Scarborough Downs like I do every day, but similar to the current situation on the center island, there are ornamental grasses. Those will be continued on the center island coming in, and then added on the approach islands so that they match. And the street trees are going to be on the edges. And then we have some additional plantings around the bench and where the crosswalk comes in the multi-use path intersection, where there's a combination of grasses, perennials, and then fir trees in that specific location. So it's intended to really extend what's occurring on the Downs Road and be designed in a similar manner in terms of siting of the landscaping features.
Okay, thank you. Could you explain to me how you're going to handle the wayfaring? Presumably, you're going to say something like, first exit equals town center, second exit Paddock Road, third exit. How
Yeah, we're
are you gonna
actually
do that?
working on more associated with town center. We've been working on wayfaring or wayfinding signage that we actually want to bring to the board in the future as we get into town center to provide connections between signage on the perimeter. So Payne Road, Higas Parkway, into the site, especially into town center, destinations that aren't going to have visibility on the edges of the project. And we'd like to incorporate that into that package so that it's reviewed in a comprehensive way and can be installed in the future as town center kind of comes online and directs motorists to destinations, town center, but also innovation district. And in the future, whatever occurs on the fourth leg.
My suggestion is that needs to be sooner rather than later, because if you get this roundabout completed this fall, people are going to want to go, can I get to Costco if I go towards the innovation? Or how do I get to innovation? How do I get to what could be it's less the town center right now than it will be
Innovation district.
in an innovation district. So that's going to need to be clarified for folks who are going to find themselves, endlessly, like Charlie and the MTA, endlessly circling. That's a song for some of us in my age limit. I see Marvin is nodding his head. They're going to be
Absolutely.
circling until they figure out which
Yeah.
way they go to get to the other Costco entrance or the innovation district. So that, as I said, that kind of needs to be sooner rather than later.
We'll certainly do that, and we can phase it as well, so that we get innovation destinations, Costco, and then we can build on that as town center begins to light up.
Okay. Thank you. I have no additional questions. I do have a motion. Ninth Amendment Innovation District Subdivision Review. I move to approve the project titled The Downs Roundabout proposed by Crossroads Holdings LLC as depicted on the plan set prepared by Tool Design dated 6/5/23 with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the proposal constitutes the Ninth Amendment Innovation District subdivision at Scarborough Downs. The amendment includes construction of a roundabout at the intersection of Downs Road and Innovation Way. Conditions: 1, prior to release of the signed subdivision plan for recording, the applicant shall A, update the plan sets to reflect proposed geometry changes discussed in the peer review memo, page 5. B, update the plan set to show the West Lake bicycle lane be marked as a sharrow treatment instead of a bicycle lane only. C, update the plan set to show double rows of erosion control measures where disturbances proposed adjacent to protected natural resources. D, update the plan set to show clear delineation of wetlands via markers. This shall be with pins every 50 feet and signage every 100 feet. E, submit the revised plan reflecting the discussed geometry changes for peer review, including with respect to drainage. All subsequent comments for these reviews shall be addressed. F, provide a performance guarantee required by Section 9 of the Town of Scarborough Subdivision Ordinance with costs based on the final plan set. This shall be reviewed by the Planning Department. Is there a second?
Second.
Roger Beely was fast on the button there. All right, a second from Roger Beely. Doreen, please.
Rick Meinking,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes.
James Hebert,
Yes.
and Bennett Flanders.
Yes.
Thank you. And it passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 5.06, Crossroads Holdings LLC requests site plan review of a 96-unit multifamily development at the corner of Downs Road and Cross Street. The project is located on proposed Lot 4 of the Downs Town Center subdivision. The property is further identified as Assessors Map R52, Lot 4. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the project is on now approved Lot 4 of the Town Center subdivision at the intersection of Cross Street and Downs Road. That would be for 96 multifamily units across 2 buildings. Staff's primary concerns are on the layout of the parking lot with several spaces needing adequate turnaround area. Right now, those areas are shown with dumpster pads and enclosures. Similarly, it's recommended that the board require lighting timers. This is a residential area. And with staff's concerns being minor in nature, we've provided a draft motion for the board's consideration. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Good evening, Peter Heil with Acorn Engineering, on behalf of Crossroads Holding. Here with me tonight is Mark with PCA, our project architect. Thank you, Eric, for the overview. I'm just gonna start sharing my screen. So as part of the project, we're located on lot 4 within the town center, that was just reviewed off of Scarborough Downs Road and at the intersection of Cross Street. Zooming into the site a little bit, looking at the staff comments that came in, and we actually did provide an updated comment response package late last week. So some of the comments have been addressed, or all of the comments have been addressed so far. But particularly paying attention to the turnaround at the end. We did eliminate 2 parking spaces at both ends of the parking lots down here. We were able to pull the dumpster back to provide additional separation and backing out. Here you can see turning templates, and an additional turning template has been provided in the comment response package, but with a large F-150 truck in that last space, it shows adequate turning, backing out into the space, turning and leaving the site without any conflict of those dumpster areas. Along with staff comments and peer review comments, we've added additional traffic calming and pedestrian signage, markings, stop signs, and we've added notes to the site plan for additional lighting coordination. We'll work with our lighting manufacturer to add timers to address the lighting comments. And one of the comments in the staff report was just additional clarification on the density within the zoning district. So the updated comment response package space and bulk table does provide a breakdown showing that the proposed residential density is less than 20 units per acre at 19.35. So we are meeting that standard. I would like to turn it over to Mark now to go over the architectural.
Thank you, Pete. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. So I'm just going to talk about both the landscape and the buildings. First, I'll talk about the landscape and really talk about the intentions of how the buildings were sited and how the parking works together. It's really starts with trying to create something that is a great sidewalk experience for residents, not only of these 2 buildings, but of the entire development and visitors. And so you can see we really tried to use the buildings to hold the street line. And then you'll see a little bit later that we've created entrances to each of the units. So it sort of activates that. So it really has a residential feel, but it's very active as well. Just to give you a little bit of an orientation, the town center is to the left. That's also north. You can see Cross Street vertically and Downs Road. The 3i building, which I think you saw last month, is just to the west of us. And so there's street trees and plantings all along Downs Road and Cross Street. And then you can actually see even at the top of the page, which is west, we could have created a parking lot there, but we actually created another streetscape with parallel parking. This is parking for the residents, but really to give that side of the building that same kind of sidewalk experience as the other 2 sides. And you can see sort of a suggestion in the middle of an intersection that we would even try to continue the street grid into the rest of lot 4 as we continue to develop it. So it really sort of takes on that character that we're looking for, this whole new neighborhood. In addition to that, it's really trying to use the buildings to screen the parking as much as possible from the different streets. And so the buildings wrap around the parking on the lower edge. Maybe it's hard to see, and we'll see this in the perspectives in a second. The lower edge along the street where it transitions from building to parking, there's a 6-foot high fence, which both screens some of the more private outdoor spaces for the residents and also screens the trash area that you can see. There's also another fence at the top along the sort of alleyway that we've created. So in addition to that, It's really about trying to create a place for the residents as well. So we actually have different kinds of outdoor spaces for the residents. There's a place right in the middle between the two buildings that again sort of looks out into the green, sort of makes that connection of open space. That's kind of a park, a place to hang out for the residents. It's also the two little boxes on the buildings that face into that are amenity spaces. So it really plays off the sort of indoor and outdoor nature so that the buildings really share that space. Additionally, on the right side of both buildings, sort of the south end, the building B, at the top is a community garden. So a place where people can just grow some vegetables and things for themselves. And then on the bottom part is a more private, active outdoor space for the residents. We're showing some outdoor seating and potentially like a bocce court, something that's a little more active. So you have three different kinds. The space in the middle between the buildings really is like a gathering space and a park. You have community garden and you have active space. One last outdoor space to talk about is because the two entrances to the building. In the lower left of building A is the main entrance to the building that really faces into the town center and over to the green. So it really tries to make that connection of people walking in and out of the building, because we imagine people will be using all the shops and amenities of the town center. And then the building B has the north side, the north west corner of it building. It's facing the green as well. So if you go to the next slide, please. So this is looking kind of to the northwest. That's Downs Road in front of us. And in the distance on the left would be the town, sort of the green. You can see the building itself, the design of the building, we really wanted to do something that was very contemporary and forward looking, but also really tried to pick up on some traditional aspects of the architecture. And so it is really meant to have kind of this rhythm of bays without sort of literally being the bays, and also not to create something that's very flat. So it's really just a simple fold in the building. So you get the expression of the bays on the flat, and then they kind of fold in to give a little bit of an interest in rhythm. And as the sort of sun comes around on this west side, it'll really change the way that it looks. But that rhythm, again, sort of goes back to helping with the experience of the pedestrians coming along, that it's not a big, long, flat building. It has that rhythm. And you can start to see a little bit in the distance, each of the units on the ground floor having a little porch with a little bit of an overhang, again, to provide some pedestrian scale and interest for people walking by. And it's convenience for the residents so the people on the first floor can enter into their units. You start to see the fence. It's a 6-foot high fence that is screening more of that private outdoor area. So the person in red playing bocce. As it goes down to the right, the fence gets more opaque. And that is what will help us to screen the trash, which is kind of right behind that fence. Go to the next slide. So this is looking from kind of the 3i building and the town green to the left. And so you can see the entrance to this building that we're calling building A, that main entrance right on the corner. There's a little bit of slope difference. So we have a couple of steps up, but there's also an accessible ramp. But that creates this nice little place just outside the entrance that people can sit. There's a little seat wall. People can kind of hang out and activate that ground level. But also to really call attention, this is the entrance to the building, and to make that connection between this and the town center. All the way up on the 4th floor, there's an outdoor space, again, that sort of faces into the green. You know, part of placemaking also is just like seeing people, right? And so seeing people up there kind of hanging out and being able to look up and look down kind of calls attention to, you know, this as a residential neighborhood. We can go to the next one. So I guess those are all of our slides. So look forward to hearing your feedback. Thank you.
Is that it for the?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it for the presentation.
All right, thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public who would care to comment either by approaching the podium in the room or raising their hands online? Nobody online? Nobody in the room? Public comment period is over. I turn this over to the board. Who wants to start?
I'm happy
Rick
to.
Meinking.
Can you talk a little bit about the building and how it's in line with our comprehensive plan in the avenues of resiliency and energy efficiency and give us some, I know there's some solar and this is gonna get installed, or is it just a picture of it to say that it can go on?
I think it's our intention to do it. I think we're still studying cost and feasibility, but it's definitely something that we would like to do.
Okay, I really like to see it too. The artist renditions of these buildings indicate that there looks like going to be an air handling unit or some sort of rooftop unit on the roof. Is that true? And will there be ductwork that goes along the top of the roof? I'm trying to get an idea of what this is going to look like in reality.
Yeah. So we haven't fully designed the mechanical systems yet. We're still looking at the different options. What we're starting to show is acknowledging that there's something on the roof. Elevator overruns, stairs, and other mechanical equipment would go on the roof. What we always do is keep it to the center of the roof, so it minimizes the visibility as much as possible.
Okay, I'm still trying to look at this in reality here, and the rooftop units will likely be used for your makeup air or your dedicated outside air system that you need.
Right.
Will these be, you see them a lot on multifamily buildings, little grates underneath the windows where these package terminal units are typically used. Is that the plan, or will there be a central system? I'm looking, you're not,
Right.
I want you to tell me how this is going to be in line with our town comprehensive plan and our energy management plan.
Right. So package, I don't think I've ever used a package terminal kind of unit on a residential building. They're more kind of a hotel. They're not the most efficient.
No, you can get verticals and you can get the Majestos and the Ipacas now are really essentially package terminal heat pumps.
So we wouldn't be using any kind of a system like that.
So you're gonna have a central boiler system?
It's more, the options could be sort of an individual hot water tanks that also provide heating with heat pumps on the roof for the cooling. Other option that we're looking at is potentially a semi-central system, like a VRF, which are very energy efficient, that provide both heating and cooling to every unit.
Okay, I like that. And that's kind of in line with what we're doing here in the town. We're watching our carbon footprint, and fossil-free buildings are the future. And I would strongly urge you, as you begin to put your mechanical expertise in place, that you keep that in mind, that Scarborough is looking to do these kind of things in our new buildings. Let's get it right the first time and not have to go back in and fix it.
Rick, I was going to speak to solar just to update the board on Hackamore 2. We're moving forward with solar on Hackamore 2 recently, and the last building approved in Innovation District, the mixed use building with residential. So the intention is to proceed similarly here with solar, similar to 3i, but we're going through that pricing process.
Excellent.
So I wanted to be a little bit more definitive about our goals there.
I would just point out that recently this board was given the ability to tour the new Piper Shores building. And within that building had the VRF systems, and it had the louver grills, so you didn't see them from the road. So I would say that this might be a nice opportunity to check in with the Downs to see, or not the Downs, to check in with Piper Shores and see exactly how they did that big cottage building that they, that recently opened and looks very attractive. But that, that is all VRF inside the units and in the hallways, so it can be done.
All right, we'll check it out.
Thank you, Madam Chair, that's it.
Thank you. Might as well just go down the line. Roger?
I really don't have anything other than just to ask you, do you have anything that the staff commented on that you have an issue with? Or is everything all pretty much satisfied?
Yeah, no, everything's pretty much satisfied. I guess the one clarifying comment I'll give is the future parking as shown in gray here, similar to other projects in the down. And similar developments, we feel that the future parking isn't necessary based on actual demand versus zoning. But we are providing it. If by labeling it as future, it does, reduce impervious coverage for now, which is always a goal of a civil engineer. But if it's determined that parking is needed, we can install it.
Okay, let me just ask you on in the first one of the first comments was about the access point onto the Downs Road. And it says a waiver will be needed if a waiver is needed for the Scarborough Downs Road side of a 24-foot aisle with perpendicular spaces where 25 feet is a standard.
Yep. So
That's
that it was shown in the presentation I was showing earlier. It was shown in the parking lot. But both the north-south road that we're looking at here, or the access drive, is 24 feet wide, along with the parking aisles in the internal parking lot are also 24 feet wide. So as part of the turning template we provided, we showed a large F-150 backing out and showing adequate turning movement through that 24-foot wide drive aisle. So we feel that the 24-foot wide drive aisle is adequate to back out and for circulation throughout the site. We've also provided, as part of our packet, turning templates for the large ladder truck fire turning template showing easy circulation around the site. So again, feel that the 24-foot is adequate.
Actually, I got two questions. The outdoor setting is it building A, the one that's closest to the center?
Yeah, building A would be at the corner of Cross Street and Scarborough Downs Road. Yep.
Now, will that space be able to be used or shared by the occupants of building B?
At the corner?
Yeah, the open space up at the top.
In between the two buildings?
No, just
Actually in the building.
Yeah, yeah.
So each building will have its own, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, the intention is to have different amenities in each building, but it to be open to all the occupants of the entire site.
Okay.
So the rooftop deck would be open to residents of the other building, even though it's not within the building that they reside in.
Okay, my last question, I've noticed earlier in the various projects that came before us, they all had names attached to them, like Hackamore or whatever, and Hayloft. And now, is there anything attached to this?
We're working with public safety naming, so it's not finalized. But we're intending it to be probably cross street oriented. So something along the lines of Cross Street, the secondary street that it fronts. But there's a lot of names you got to compete with. So we're kind of going through that process right now.
Yeah, okay, fine. I'm all set, thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there going to be vehicle size limits for residents of the facility here? You had mentioned you used an F-150 size vehicle for modeling some of the turn radiuses in here. What if someone has a larger vehicle and they reside in this facility?
Yeah, so the vehicle turning templates that we use for the auto turn, the 4-door F-150 is definitely one of the larger vehicle turning. We didn't run an F350, say. So there's no restrictions, to answer your question on whether or not we're proposing any restrictions to the parking. Obviously with larger vehicles, they need to be careful where they park, and it gets a little bit tighter, but the standard parking spaces are, per town code. So we feel that there's not going to be any issues.
Okay. Let's see, another question I have with regard to, with this being so close to the center of the downtown area, are you going to be okay with expecting or anticipating your sidewalks and the green areas to be used by the public as well? Because it's going to be such an area that's just high traffic, pedestrian traffic from all the residential, developments easterly. They're going to be coming to the downtown. The green space between the two buildings, is that I guess there won't, my question is there going to be somebody there from like building security, just sort of maintaining that or preventing people from walking through there if they're not residents, similarly with the bocce court that you have proposed in the lower corner?
Yeah, I mean, so we anticipate that the 3 outdoor amenity locations will be for residents of the apartments. And we've designed the fencing kind of intentionally to be screening, but also somewhat discouraging of the general public to use the bocce courts. The same is true on that kind of central landscaped area where there's kind of threshold. The landscape kind of comes right up to and has a vertical element to it along the sidewalk along Cross Street, really to kind of make it feel private. But there certainly are sidewalks interior. Peter was describing kind of those 2 primary drives. Those 2 primary drives, those sidewalks are going to be for folks that are parking in the parking lot, but also going to be for folks that probably live in outer phases or in adjacent sites, so that they have that they're open to using those and are invited to using those. In fact, there are going to be easements in place to kind of allow for that type of activity. So we think it's a blend. People can walk across the site on the edges and feel comfortable outside of the apartments, but kind of those intimate green spaces around the buildings, I think by the design will kind of naturally make it feel not public. Not to mention down the road, we're going to have this central square that's going to be public, and that'll be really that draw to kind of satisfy demand for being outside in the town center.
Great. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. I guess the greater thought that I'm getting to on this is, and I thank you for mentioning that you are working this site as sort of a blend for folks who don't live there, and I do live there,
Yeah.
as far as, not using some of the sidewalks going around it. I guess just in general, as these locations are being developed, builders, developers, owners of these lots should be aware that people are going to be, not say trespassing, but they're going to be walking through there, they'll be cutting through. So I guess making them, don't necessarily make them feel unwelcome, as sort of, like a private secluded community kind of thing. Do what you can to naturally make it discouraging for folks to go there. But I guess, don't be upset or angry if someone does come in and decide to sit down on a bench.
No, absolutely. And the first phases of this project are kind of done that way, where they're dedicated spaces for the smaller associations or the smaller sites, it's such a integrated project that people pass through that aren't members of those particular groups.
Cool. Thank you, Dan. Other comments I have is, I may have mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again, confirm that there's going to be a 3000 K color temperature and an 80 CRI for all of your exterior lighting fixtures, any poles in the parking lot, any wall packs, anything exterior facing on the building.
Yep.
Thank you. Going on the exterior of the building, what's the exterior material made of again? And I guess how is this going to look as it ages 20 to 25 years? I'm just thinking about exterior finishes, your desire to wanting to make this building a modern style building, but also we're keeping in mind that this is sort of a small coastal town. Though the definition of small might be up for debate now. But keeping in mind that, you know, boldness is great, architectural innovation is great on this, but I guess how is this building going to look in 20 to 25 years? Go back to my original question. As it ages, colors fade.
So it's a pre-finished metal panel. So it's a corrugated metal panel. So it has it sort of goes in and out. So again, gives them a little bit of texture. The color that we're showing on the renderings is sort of a light gray, light to medium gray. We avoid dark colors because the dark colors are the things that tend to fade and you really notice them. So being pre-finished, the longevity of them is really good. And like they don't start to peel. They don't really, especially in this color, start to fade. So we think that actually is this kind of material will look good for quite a long time.
Okay.
Just want to also say the brownish color. So we have this sort of the gray, which is the body of the building. And then we have the brown, it's just to warm it up to give a little bit of an accent. And that's a fiber cement in a pre-finished sort of a wood texture to give it that warmth again. But that is another thing that has a long life.
Awesome, thank you. I guess speaking of warm colors, also thinking of the colors of the school in Scarborough, a lot of reds, maroons, deep browns, things like that. If you want to take those into consideration as well. I'm just looking at the Scarborough website just for color palette inspiration as well. I guess I don't have any other comments, Madam Chair. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben?
I like how we're moving towards the EV charging stations. And it's good that we have the condos going to all the other future spaces. But my question kind of is, how is it going to be determined, which residents get granted an EV charging spot? And as we go further, you're gonna have to be adding more and more spots to have the EV charging stations. It should be pretty easy with the concept already there, but
sure,
how's that going to be handled for residents? Because that is the future, we believe.
Yeah, that's why we've added the conduit throughout the parking lot. So if and when in the future, we can easily add those future spaces for the 12 EV stations that we're proposing at this time. It'll be first come, first serve. And then, based on demand and what we hear from the residents, we will work to, install those and implement those as we need to and come online.
And would that be fair to say that's generally true for other developments, especially residential developments that are going on in the Downs area? Are we trying to keep something similar to that?
Yeah, and we've been installing EVs kind of from the start, as well as conduit enabling kind of the future EVs. Right now, we don't have a problem. Like we don't have too few EVs for demand. But Main Properties, our primary property maintenance group, is very in touch with the industry. So they have great contact with residents in terms of what they drive and where they park. So they're very aware of kind of the details, and I'm sure we'll adapt if demand starts to outstrip kind of supply, and then we can install more and have a more formal kind of parking program.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. I have some. Let me ask a question about the conduit. Is that going to as well be laid in the area that's called the future spaces?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. You have on the plans a couple of places where you list a fire feature. And as I looked at that, I could not find, and it very well could be there and my magnifying glass wasn't picking up the print. I could not find how that was going to be fueled.
So we've considered it kind of in the core between the two buildings.
Yeah,
a fi-
actually, there are two of them that
Yeah.
I spotted. Yeah.
And we would provide, that would be served by natural gas, but we need to review that with the fire department in more detail before it's finalized in terms of that being the amenity. But the intention would be, it would be a natural gas.
Okay, I would suggest, yes, good to review it with the fire department. Part of the consideration might be who actually turns it on, who turns it off. I mean, is it just sitting there, and if you're a resident, you have a key, or is it something that somebody passing by can say, oh, I can figure this one out? So it's, because it is fire, it's going to require some sort of a plan and some sort of monitoring to ensure safety.
Absolutely.
Whatever that is, that's going to be necessary. I was intrigued by, oh, and by the way, there's nothing, I guess there really isn't anything in the plans that show how the natural gas is going to get there. Is that?
That would be stubbed from the building. Once it's finalized, that would occur, that would be put into the construction drawings.
Okay, and then maybe turned off at the building.
Yeah,
so
they're likely, I think in a lot of facilities, there's timers on them as well. There's a number of safeguards, so that they aren't just randomly turned on or left on. But that's something we're going to review with the fire department before making a final decision.
Okay, I do think it's a good feature. So I, encourage you to continue the exploration there. But I also just have a picture of people walking by and deciding to have some, I don't know, marshmallows on it. So just that's more of attractive nuisance than a pathway. Now let's look at looked at the future parking, and don't faint. Just really, really consider this. As future parking, it can also be public parking. If you do not need it if you do not need that area specifically for the residents of the building, having some future parking spaces along there relieves the crunch along the street. Provide some spaces that people and visitors can use to stop and park in and go to the whole center. So I urge you really to consider that as a use, with a couple of EV stations there as well for the public. I think that would go a way towards providing a place, instead of saying people can park on the street or employees park on the street, or you kind of hunt around for something that might be very attractive feature. And it also can be used, while it might say public parking, it could also be used by the visitors and residents of that facility. So I do urge you to take care of that. I mean, really give it some hot thought.
Yeah, we can certainly look at that.
Yeah, I contemplated putting it as a little note here in the draft motion, but decided not to, because I figured you probably weren't prepared for that. But please talk to the planning staff about possibilities there.
Yeah, we're happy to. Yep.
Thank you. I do have a draft motion. And the Downtown Center Lot 4 multifamily site plan review. I move to improve the project titled Multifamily Development Lot 4 Town Center, proposed by Crossroads Holdings LLC, as depicted in plan sets provided by Acorn Engineering, dated 5/12/23, with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the project includes construction of 2 multifamily buildings at the intersection of Downs Road and Cross Street. Each building would be 14,800 plus or minus square feet and contain 48 units for a total of 96 residential units. Waivers: number 1, site plan review ordinance section 4D2 to reduce the minimum drive aisle from 25 to 24 feet for perpendicular parking spaces. 2, site plan review ordinance section 4C1 to increase the maximum residential driveway width along Downs Road from 24 feet to 25 feet. Conditions: 1, this project is located in a proposed subdivision which has, as of the date of this motion, not yet been approved by the board. If the subdivision process yields changes that affect this site plan, a site plan amendment is required. 2, prior to issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, address the comments from the staff memo dated 6/5/23. B, address the comments in the Barton and Lo Judicia memo dated 5/22/23. C, address the comments in the Haley Ward memo dated 5/24/23. D, provide Portland Water District ability to serve and formal approval, as well as Scarborough Sanitary District Board of Trustee approval. E, the applicant shall execute and record a stormwater maintenance agreement with the town. The form of the stormwater maintenance agreement is located in Appendix 1 of the Town of Scarborough's Chapter 419, Post-Construction Stormwater Infrastructure Management Ordinance. F, update plan sets and narrative materials to reflect items discussed in the 6/26/23 Planning Board meeting. This includes 1, showing heating and cooling systems, which were discussed to be VRFs with the planning board. All rooftop mounted HVAC units shall be appropriately screened. G, pay traffic impact fees totaling $28,704. Dunstan Corner, $16,824. Higas at Route 1, $11,880. This shall be reviewed by the planning department. 3, prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall submit evidence in the form of a letter or plan prepared and stamped by a professional engineer who either prepared the post-construction stormwater management plan and its associated facilities or supervised the plan and facilities construction and implementation. The letter or plan shall certify that the stormwater management facilities have been installed in accordance with the approved post-construction stormwater management plan and that they will function as intended by said plan. 4, prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall provide a final signage plan. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 5, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. All plan modifications are to be completed prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting. Growth permit information, the project is approved with the following mix of residential units: 147 one-bedroom units, 249 two-bedroom units. Upon approval, this project is granted 96 growth permits to be taken from the Area 3 3-year allocation. Growth permits shall expire site plan approval upon the site plan approval expiration date. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Rick Meinking. Thank you. Doreen?
Rick King,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes.
James Hebert,
Yes.
and Bennett Flanders.
Yes.
Thank you. Project is approved.
Thank you very much.
We are now going to take a 5-minute break. I use that clock over there to determine what 5-minute means. Meeting will come to order. Next item on the agenda. Item 5.07, Crossroads Holdings LLC is requesting a site plan review of a four-story mixed-use building. The project is located on proposed Lot 1 of the Town Center subdivision. It would include commercial uses on the ground floor and 42 residential units on the upper floors. The property is further identified as Assessors Map R52, Lot 4. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Crossroads is in front of the planning board with a site plan application for a mixed-use building. This is on Lot 1 of the recently approved Town Center subdivision at the Downs. It would include some retail and restaurant uses on the ground floor and some apartment units on the upper floors. As was mentioned, staff's main concerns really revolve around snow removal and landscaping, and how those two sort of interact, just to make sure that there aren't any snow removal areas that conflict with the landscaping. Staff has recommended a snow removal plan to prevent sediment from entering the conservation easement area with this in mind. And then with these items being fairly minor in nature, we provided a draft motion of approval for the board's consideration. And with that, I turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant, Dan Bacon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dan Bacon again from Crossroads. Drew Gagnon is joining me from Goral Palmer, and also Brian O'Connor from Cube 3, our architect, should be a panelist available in a few minutes. I'm going to share my screen real quick to start the presentation, then turn it over to Drew. So as Eric indicated, this is Lot 1 in the Town Center area. This is the composite plan that just shows you its relationship to other projects you've seen and approved. And so this site is adjacent to and planned in coordination with the 3I project that you approved 3 weeks ago, and will anchor the corner of Market Street and Downs Road. Just figure out how to switch my screen here. Apologize for that. So at sketch plan, which you saw a few meetings ago, we reviewed the overall site layout, got a lot of support work from the board on how we're approaching the site. So since then, we really dialed in on the finer details in terms of landscape, as well as kind of placemaking and amenity space within the project. So obviously this building directly fronts Market Street, the sidewalk, and creates kind of that retail edge that Brian will talk more about for entrances to retail space, as well as an entrance and outdoor seating right along the street for the restaurant that's planned on the corner of the building. So on the right side of the building. What we hadn't developed at sketch plan and have advanced further is kind of placemaking, landscape and amenity space on the side and to the rear of the building. So on the left side of the building, we provided for an outdoor seating area that would be available to really the public, folks that are coming to the building, walking along Market Street, shopping in the retail space, waiting for someone who's finishing shopping in the retail space. I often do that. So we're providing for that type of space on that edge. We're also providing for a covered bike rack that's just below that outdoor seating area. And that would be available to those that bike to the site to go to the commercial space, as well as available for use for residents within the project. There's also going to be storage inside for bikes for residents, but this is sort of additional auxiliary covered bike parking. And that was kind of asked by staff. The other kind of outdoor space that's more private has been designed in coordination with the 3I building. As you recall from your last presentations by them, they have an outdoor kind of gathering area space for their residents, kind of on the northern edge of their building and site. And so we've designed just over the property line, kind of a similar environment for our residents that would be in this building. And really kind of a walkthrough between those two spaces so that people can kind of pass through between the buildings and then have more private space on either side. One side, of course, is 3I's, and the other side would be space for this building. And we've designed a low wall, kind of seating wall that kind of delineates that kind of public or private space. And we have space allocated there for chairs and tables that would be kind of flexibly programmed. In addition, this back kind of corner of the building is a primary entrance kind of day to day for residents coming in from the rear parking area. So that's a larger kind of paver plaza area that people also would congregate. In addition to that, in terms of amenities for residents and users of the site, we talked about it a bit at the subdivision level, but also at the sketch plan level, is we have a trail connection that kind of leaves the back corner of the building and takes you by sidewalk and crosswalk over to this trail that's been incorporated into the subdivision plan. And that's obviously in addition to the sidewalks and the multi-use paths that are street side. This is a trail that links around the gravel wetland that's part of this subdivision and ties into the larger trail system out to the Hall Road and over to Allegas, et cetera. So that's available for residents of the project, but there's also a sidewalk connection that connects anybody who wants to use the trail to the sidewalk along the Market Street. So that's kind of some of the landscape updates, and then the landscaping plan we've developed. And Drew can kind of speak to responding to staff comments around kind of snow storage and things related to the landscape plan, but we've, included a more comprehensive landscape plan since sketch plan. So with that, I'll turn it over to Drew and then on to Brian. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Drew Gagnon with Coral Palmer. I'm just going to walk through some of the items the town provided as part of the memo. First off, the utilities are pretty straightforward on this site. Everything's being serviced either by Downs Road or Market Street with pretty short run lines, or to the back of the building where the mechanical rooms are located. So I can go over in more detail if there's any questions, but it's pretty straightforward. I did want to touch on some of the town peer review comments. So regarding snow storage, we provided some landscaping boulders around the gravel wetland that's located to the rear of the site. This project specifically, and the limits that we're proposing as part of this, don't actually butt up against the conservation easement at all. The only part of this project that would is the future area to the west, plan west of the site here that hasn't been developed yet. So still recognizing we don't want the snow storage to go directly into the stormwater facility. Some physical barriers were provided. We're happy to add some more, work with town on exact locations on that to kind of prevent the snow from getting into that. We have, and we can make this more clear too as well on our grading plan, is the snow piles are intended to drain back to the pipe system, because that pipe system is tributary to a snow melt bypass manhole. So we want that snow melt during the winter months to actually bypass the gravel wetland and get into the Willowdale stream directly. So we can make that more clear. Another opportunity, given obviously the tight nature of this site, is in the first phase, we intend to have some of the snow being removed by trucks. That's just kind of the nature of this urban design. But I think in the meantime, we can propose some on the future development area in the central area, kind of next to the fire truck turnaround. It could be proposed there in the meantime as well to assist just in the temporary. I do want to talk a little bit of truck circulation. So we did provide some auto turn figures, which is truck templates throughout the site. One of the trucks was a WB50, which is a 50-foot tractor trailer truck. It's not as large as the WB67. One of the trucks we're not trying to put into the intersection, as we discussed earlier on an agenda item. But the WB50 is a pretty large restaurant delivery truck. We're not anticipating that to actually come in here, but conservatively, we wanted to show it and make sure it could make the movements. There were a few comments from the peer review memo about a few radii that we're going to make adjustments for, and we're happy to do that. But we're really not anticipating that, but we didn't want to preclude that from happening. So as far as the truck circulation plan, it would be entering likely through Market Street. It would actually exit through the 3i Home project, out onto Downs Road. Again, this is a pretty minimal movement that's not anticipated to happen a lot, if at all. A smaller delivery truck would be intended to actually back into a space, if you can see my mouse, by the restaurant, kind of this flat area where we provide a mountable curb. The truck could back into there for most normal restaurant deliveries. We don't have the end user yet for the restaurant, so we wanted to make sure that we're not precluding their delivery method. So we've thought of all different areas there. If that truck, the smaller box truck, was to back into there, it could turn around and exit through Market Street just the way it came in. So both of those truck circulation plans really avoid the intersection as designed. And again, a WB50 can fit in that intersection, but we're still trying to pull those tractor trailers off that. Another comment was relative to the photometric plan. So we received a comment for minimum light levels on the property. We're happy to add a few pedestrian scale lights near the seat walls and stuff over here. We're happy to do that. We didn't want to show any building mounted light just to kind of, again, preclude what the face of the building is going to eventually have there, but we can add some pedestrian scale lighting there, meeting all light levels. We're happy to do that. We're not aware of a 0.75 foot candle minimum. I believe on this site in one of the parking areas, just in the middle here, we had a minimum of 0.3, and I guess our understanding of it was a 0.2 was the parking lot minimum, according to IESNA. So I guess we can certainly work with town staff on developing that. If we did need to meet the 0.75 minimum, it'd be relatively new in our opinion for this area on the downs, but we'd likely have to increase the pole heights. Everything is consistent within this area. And we'd have to add a pole in the middle of the parking lot, which we really don't want to do, where it could get hit by vehicles parking into it. Other than that, we're happy to address all the other peer review and Haley Ward comments. This includes performing a left turn queuing analysis for the site. Initial analysis and inspection really by the volumes entering the site as well as the opposing volumes. We're not anticipating needing a left turn queue for a left turn lane for this development, but again, we'll provide that as part of our response. So again, happy to answer any questions. Actually, I'm going to pass it to Brian beforehand. So go ahead, Brian.
Great. Thanks, Drew. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Appreciate your time. Just Ed, can you go back to the plan for 1 second, Drew, or whoever's driving? One thing I wanted to do quickly, we spoke quite a bit about architecture at the last meeting, so I'm really just going to do a very quick refresher. We haven't really made substantial modifications of any type, but I just wanted to kind of remind everybody this building and the design of this building was around the notion of opening up the intersection visually and creating that bend in the building, and then really capitalizing on that move to keep very clean, simple lines, and then to keep the focus down at the pedestrian scale. So this building, as opposed to maybe some of the other designs you've seen, is a much more sort of horizontal building, and it's designed to have very defined eave lines at the roof. It's designed to really accentuate and focus on this notion of the pedestrian scale, and highlighting view corridors over towards the Village Green and down Market Street. So just very quickly, as a reminder, we have about 11,000 square feet of commercial space, which here is divided up into 3 retail units, a main entry to the building to the right of that, right at the beginning of the bend there, with a counter entry for the people parking in the lot behind on the back side of the building, and then about a 4,000 square foot restaurant wrapping around the corner. If you could jump to the perspectives. So this first view is sort of looking down on that intersection. You can see right at the bend in the building there, we sort of have the main entry, which is a little bit taller, the residential entry with double height glass and a nice sort of light and signage indicator there. As the building bends gently away from Market Street, you can see the outdoor dining area, this idea of a low wall dividing that from the true public walking space, a pergola above that, and a really rich sort of textured material at the base of the building that kind of wraps around defining that restaurant. What we've done here to really highlight and accentuate the public realm is take a very light cornice line, which is a fairly traditional New England device, and locate that above the commercial and above the residential, so that when you're on the ground, your eye kind of follows these lines, light bounces off of it at dusk and at night. And you sort of get the sense that this is really part of that street front experience. So large areas of glass, well-defined entries for the commercial space, the corner wrapping. And then what we've done is we've taken that horizontal line and kind of brought that up into the cornice line, the primary cornice line of the building. Let that follow the break as it peels gently away from the intersection, and then define this strong outdoor roof deck pergola element above the building on the end towards the public green. And I think we have one other quick view in the deck here, if you don't mind moving forward. Yeah, this is just a street level view. And here you can see a little bit more focus on that residential entry and some of the glazing for the commercial spaces to the right of that. You can see the cornice line up at the top, sort of picking up cues from that lower cornice line above the retail and the restaurant use over towards the green on the left-hand side. So just really quick, high level, not any real substantive changes to architecture. Just wanted to remind everybody where we're at, and obviously clearly happy to answer any questions as they come up. Thank you. Dan, I don't know if you had any closing comments, but that was all we had.
No, I think we're all set. Thanks, Brian. We'll turn it back to the board. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is an item that is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room or online that would like to make a comment? Nobody online and no one in the room making a comment. Public comment period is over. I turn this over to the board. Who would like to begin? All right, Ben.
Regarding the proposed or the planned walkway or trail maintenance you were discussing a minute ago. I know the 3i building is more of a accessibility type building, but there'll be some residents there and visitors who may want to get over to that trail as well. What is sort of the best, is there a proposed pathway for people trying to cut through this site to getting to that trail? And, you know, if they were taking a bike or a wheelchair or whatever to get over there and make it, should they get to the parking lot from the 3i building without having to go all the way around the streets and everything?
Yeah, sure. This site plan should show the linkage we'd expect. So the 3i buildings, you know, right here. And this is this sidewalk or walkway on the 3i site. It's all the same grade as our walkway.
Okay.
So you can walk or wheelchair, whatever the means may be, from 3i through this site and then through this walkway all the way. There's a tip down and crosswalk over to this sidewalk, and then the linkage would be the same down to the trail. So you can really do that entirely outside of the drive aisle. And these tip downs all would be designed to kind of meet the handicap requirements. So,
and between the two parking lots, the back side of the 3i building and I guess the right side on this figure of the lower parking lot, there's no way to cross between there for pedestrian or otherwise. Is there gonna be a wall or?
no, it's a robust landscaping edge. So we actually took the 3i planting plan that was quite generous, and then filled in any gaps and really kind of complemented that plan. So that's going to be a pretty thick landscaped edge. And the expectation would, if you're walking from site to site, you'd use the route I described.
Yeah.
And really kind of the rear parking lot closest to the 3i parking lot is resident parking, so that, you know, residents are coming and going towards our building and, you know, wouldn't necessarily go
Oh, yeah,
directly
yeah.
across. Yeah.
I don't want to discourage people, you know, crossing through there as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. Okay.
It's also curbing.
I guess my other quick question, the anticipated use of that rooftop deck, that's for residents of the
It
building?
would be a resident amenity. Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you. James?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two things. I know we've talked about I've talked about the flow of this enough, but two things I want to talk about just relating to lighting. On the cut sheet provided for the light fixture, could you please specify it's 80 CRI. Right now I just see it's 70 CRI. It's 3K8 is what I'm looking for, not 3K7 that's highlighted in the cut sheet. Secondly, relating to it, I'd like to see some kind of either network control option or some sort of standalone sensor that can be used to connect to the building for the future. Understanding that per your point, Drew, interior of the building, they can sort of design what they want to on their exterior facade, if you will, frontage, rear siding for light fixtures. But I guess for control of these light fixtures in the parking lot, I'd like to see some option there for control that they can use.
Yeah, certainly. And apologize for that. I think this submission was submitted previous to your comments in the last meeting, so we didn't get that incorporated. But we'll have that moving forward. The intention is the same as the other sites in the Downs with that network control and the 80 CRA. So,
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Roger?
Thank you. Well, this has been before us numerous times, and I think the applicant has really satisfied all our concerns as far as I can see, and what still has to be worked out with the staff. So I have no further questions. I'm looking forward to seeing this whole thing develop, and it's going to be pretty impressive. So thank you.
Thank you. Rick?
Yeah, with regards to the last project and my comments that were on that building, this one in particular has a restaurant, so I'm assuming there's mushroom head somewhere or some sort of cooking hood exhaust. So I guess my comment will be that I would recommend that we ensure that any exterior HVAC system is properly screened so that we maintain a nice look and feel for what I think is a pretty neat idea with the bend and getting some more retail space involved in the development. So that's really good. Like Roger said, we've seen this several times, and it started out being a real concern about that parking right behind there as it was, being shared with the 3i home. But I think I'm comfortable with the way it's laid out and knowing the deliveries can be made safely. And I think you've worked this to the point where I'm satisfied that it'll be another project that will represent a good Scarborough building. That's it.
Thank you. I echo the comments of my colleagues about the quality of the work here and the efforts that you've made in terms of providing what's really going to be a focal point for the town center, the focal point on the corner of the Downs and Market. I've just got a couple of niggly details to clean up. I have a question. The memo from Haley Ward, June 12th, further clarification. Says the future building is shown on the west side of the lot, and that is in sheet C100. I just had I guess the concern I have is that building appears understanding that nothing's determined really yet. But it does look as though there are going to be parking issues. If there is another building there and you already have the space, only the space that you need, that other building is not actually going to get much parking spaces at all. So my comment earlier about really taking a hard look at how to develop shared parking, I bring that back again because I think that's going to be needed there. And if that building comes to us, a sure bet is somebody's going to ask about that, and somebody's going to ask on how you're going to accommodate and handle that sort of parking because it's going to be tight. And you're gonna have to be making decisions on the size of that building. Then I had, let's see, another question. The stormwater report, actually also on Haley Ward, page 2. The assumed impervious area will be 155,000 plus or minus square feet. While in the plan it appears that the total size of lot 1 is only 127,000 square feet. Please explain this discrepancy.
Certainly. When we developed the stormwater report, actually the 3i Home project was considered lot 1 of this subdivision. So it included the pervious area for that lot as well. So we've been subdividing it further, so we have to keep updating the report. So I think it was just the report needs to be updated with the current lot numbers, as well as the gravel wetland scorecard kind of takes care of that for us because we keep a running tally of it. So it's certainly accounted for. It was the lot, if you will, was a little bit larger when we first developed the report.
Okay, one of the staff comments, the board should discuss with the applicant whether benches are warranted near the entrances or if the seat walls are sufficient. Could you first of all just explain where the seat walls are, and then I'll just ask the board kind of straw vote, is that okay?
Sure, there's, if you can see my cursor, okay, there are seat walls to the, I'm gonna call it the rear of the building. And we expect and plan on also providing additional kind of tables and chairs that are movable beyond that, but there are seat walls here. There's benches to the left of the building, really more for both resident and public use. And there's actually within the right of way, it's not on this plan, but within the right of way, right along Market Street, there's another bench. You can actually see it here. That was part of the approval for the subdivision. So if you're thinking about kind of seating for people waiting for shoppers or diners, there's a bench here that's going to be readily available to those that are visiting the site, though it's in the right of way. And then lastly, in addition to kind of outdoor seating specific to the restaurant, there are seat walls that are part of this intersection design that likely will be used for people gathering, waiting, etc. So that's the kind of the nature of the mix of benches and seat walls planned.
Thank you. Board comfortable? Yeah. Okay, I'm comfortable too. Roger Beely would like to have cushions on the seat walls. Is that possible?
We'll look at that as a condition of approval.
It's best to humor him at his age. All right, I do have a draft motion. Town Center, Lot 1, mixed-use building site plan review. I move to approve the project titled Multi-Use Development proposed by Crossroads Holdings LLC as depicted in plan sets provided by Goral Palmer dated 6/5/23 with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the project is for a mixed-use building on proposed Lot 1 of the Town Center subdivision. The property is located at the intersection of Scarborough Downs Road and Market Street. The project will have between 2 and 5 ground floor retail areas, a ground floor restaurant with outdoor seating, and 42 residential units on floors 2, 3, and 4. Waivers: the site plan review ordinance section 4D2 to reduce the minimum drive aisle from 25 to 24 feet. 2, site plan review ordinance 4D5B to allow a parking lot with 15 or more spaces to be broken up with trees, islands, etc. 2 rows of parking, 18 spaces in length are proposed. Conditions: prior to issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, revise plan sets to show and submit a snow removal plan to be implemented after plowable events. B, revise plan sets to show additional barriers along the south and west edge of the parking lot as discussed at the 6/26/23 planning board meeting. C, update the plan set and photometric plan to meet IES standard foot candle levels. D, provide a truck routing and circulation plan for deliveries to ensure larger trucks are not routed through Market Street and Downs Road intersection. E, address the comments in the Barton and Low Judice memo dated 6/17/23. If as a result of further analysis, plan changes are necessary, a site plan amendment is required. F, address the comments in the Haley Ward memo dated 6/12/23. G, provide Scarborough Sanitary District and Portland Water District approvals. H, the applicant shall execute and record a stormwater maintenance agreement with the town. The form of the stormwater maintenance agreement is located in Appendix 1 of the Town of Scarborough's Chapter 419, Post-Construction Stormwater Infrastructure Management Ordinance. I, update plan sets and narrative materials to reflect items discussed at the 6/26/23 Planning Board meeting. This includes I, landscaping improvements in the parking lot. 2, all HVAC systems shall be appropriately screened. J, pay traffic impact fees totaling $59,800. Dunstan Corners, $35,050. Higas at Route 1, $24,750. If upon additional review of total seating per condition 2 above, trip generation is projected upward, additional review and impact fee payment is required. This shall be reviewed by the planning department. 2, prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall A, provide an updated calculation of total indoor and outdoor seating area. If this figure exceeds what is presented in this application, additional review is required. 3, off-street parking for any additional buildings on the lot will need to be provided for as required in the site plan review ordinance. 4, prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall submit evidence in the form of a letter or plan prepared and stamped by a professional engineer who either prepared the post-construction stormwater management plan and its associated facilities, or supervise the plan and facilities construction and implementation. The letter or plan shall certify that the stormwater management facilities have been installed in accordance with the approved post-construction stormwater management plan and that they will function as intended by said plan. 5, prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall provide a final signage plan. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 6, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. All plan modifications are to be completed prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting. Growth permit information, the project is approved with the following mix of residential units: 1, 4 studio units, 2, 14 one-bedroom units, 3, 18 two-bedroom units, 4, 6 three-bedroom units. Upon approval, this project is granted 42 growth permits to be taken from the Area 3 3-year allocation. Growth permits shall expire upon site plan approval expiration date. 6 permits shall count towards the 35% maximum permitted for 3-bedroom or more units. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Roger Bielik. Doreen?
Rick Montague,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes.
James Hebert
Yes.
and Bennett Landis.
Yes.
Thank you. And the plan is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 5.08, the Sprague Corporation is requesting sketch plan review for 115 space parking lot at 335 Black Point Road. The parking lot would remain as grass and used seasonally to support parking needs for Scarborough Beach. The property is further identified as Assessors Map R103, Lot 17. For the information of folks in the room who may be here to comment upon this, a sketch plan is the opportunity for the board to advise the applicant on how to proceed further and what the board might be looking at upon the applicant submitting a full site plan. For the town, Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Sprague is in front of the planning board with a sketch plan for a seasonal 115 space parking lot that, as you had mentioned, Madam Chair, would remain unimproved. Since the parking lot is for a use that's across the street, the applicant received ZBA approval for this use last year. The town zoning and site plan ordinances don't really speak to temporary parking areas. If the board might recollect, we had some sort of this similar conversation with None Such, where they were proposing a gravel parking lot and we would need a performance guarantee of some sort to be able to remove it, or it would have to meet the town standard, which they ultimately ended up electing to do by paving it. The applicant is seeking to maintain the lot in grass condition and not proposing any treatment facilities for stormwater at this time. The board should advise the applicant on whether it would be comfortable entertaining a site plan application and the required findings and waivers to accommodate such an unimproved lot. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant?
Good evening. I'm Greg Wilford. I'm a partner in Black Point Resource Management, and I run Scarborough Beach State Park. So what we're proposing is we want to keep the trees, all the trees that are in the park, except for a couple that would be in the lanes that would block parking. But our idea is to keep all the big 60-year-old oak trees that are there to make it look, when it's not used, just what it is a grass lot. And it's been this way since they did some excavation of the bittersweet and other things that were growing, and they opened up that lot 7 years ago, and then we've used it periodically since then. The maximum number of times that we would use this would be 30 times a year at the most. The state of Maine is going to write into the lease agreement that we can only use it from Memorial Day through Labor Day. And that's it. We've proposed in our written statement here to the town that it could be monitored by us calling and telling what day we used it and how many cars. It's shown over the last 6 or 7 years that the grass is maintained well. It's stayed. We are willing to make sure that we aerate it when needed, seed it when needed. We mow it regularly. We want to keep it a grass lot. We don't want to turn it into a dirt parking lot so that it's sitting there not used when it's only going to be used at the height of the summer season. We don't count on it being used every day. It hasn't shown that it's usually when we use it is on weekends and holidays, but if it's 90, I guess we would use it. Degrees, that is. So that's what our idea is. And we feel that it does help regulate the traffic so that the cars aren't backed up on the road up to the fire station, because that's what can occur if we don't have a little more parking. And we figure that number is enough to alleviate the problems that we have. We at one time had a lot more parking spaces than that. So we had 128 at the Harmon's house, 150 at the Grays. And if we really go back, we used Gladys Jordan when she lived there. She would park herself 75 cars and on her lot all around that house. So we're not asking to bring back 300 cars or whatever. We're asking for the 115 to alleviate and help with the public coming to the park. Also, we aren't collecting money in that lot. We don't do that. So we make the cars come into the park. They come in, they pay, or they show their pass, and then they exit. That way they can drop off their family down near the booth. They don't necessarily have to drop them off. We have unloading areas, 2 of them around the booth, so that they can drop off their stuff and then go over and park. We have an attendant that's in the parking lot. We have one on the street to make sure that we keep the cars that are coming into the park. They're stacking on the road, one in, one out, and around and through. So we do have traffic control. It's worked well, and we think it's a good system, and it's needed, especially with the growth. I'm all done, so.
All right, thank you. This is an item that is available for public comment. For the record, we have received a comment from Pierce Atwood, Matthew Manahan, and we have also received, as part of that comment, a letter from Mark Bergeron from TRC Environmental. Pierce Atwood is representing the Prouts Neck Association, Prouts Neck Improvement Association. If anyone from Prouts Neck is going to be speaking, please add to, but try not to repeat what we've already read. Saying that, it is now open for public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Matt Manahan. I won't repeat what's in that letter. It's a long letter with a lot of attachments. I'll just very briefly say that I do represent the Prouts Neck Improvement Association. We are supportive of the changes that have been made since last year. We think the changes are significant and important. And we think they do a good job of addressing our concerns that we had with both the environmental impacts and the public safety impacts along the road. So we support the revisions, and we support the fact that the revisions propose 115 spaces. And we very importantly also support this generally keeping as natural as possible, grassed, no lighting, the parking area. We think that those are good improvements and a good proposal, and we hope that you can grant whatever waivers may be necessary in your view to approve them. I would just say that the Zoning Board of Appeals had a condition in their approval last year that said that this board should set the maximum number of parking spaces. We believe the 115 spaces should be the maximum number of parking spaces. We think it's will accommodate the needs of the visitors and balancing the safety issues on the road. So that would be our request. There's only one thing that I would finish with, and that is that the sketch plan that's proposed shows in note 7, it lists the project area, which is the part that is the 115 spaces. It shows it as 59.6 acres. Presumably that's actually the size of the entire lot, not the project area. And so we believe that should be corrected to reflect the fact the project area is actually approximately 1 acre. I would Mark Bergeron also is just going to comment briefly and separately with respect to the technical aspects of this. But I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Bergeron. As a reminder, you have 3 minutes, and Matt, you made it.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mark Bergeron with TRC Environmental. Again, you have some of our prior comment letters, and I just wanted to kind of reinforce that the proposal about reseeding, fertilizing, aerating the soils and keeping it at a grass area, we support that. We think from a technical perspective,
that's a good thing to do and addresses our concern. I don't think any other stormwater features or management would be needed for those limited number of days. And again, we would support the 115 spaces as a grass area, no structures, no lighting. So again, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gates.
Hi, Madam Chair and Planning Board members. Marvin Gates, 423 Black Point Road. Live in very close proximity to this. In fact, it was at the time when the Harmons decided not to continue with their parking, their overflow parking, and the Grays resumed their overflow parking. It was my complaint to the town that caused them to have to stop doing that for whatever the technical reasons are. I've been involved with this from the beginning and have been to every meeting, both Zoning Board of Appeals and Planning Board, where this has been reviewed. Those are my bona fides. At any rate, I'm supportive of the plan. I'm a member of the Prouts Neck Improvement Association, the Homeowners Association, and am supportive of what they have done as far as the team that they've produced and all of their recommendations. I understand specifically that this is to review the parking lot itself. However, there is a traffic element to this, which has been submitted along with this, that has to do with the zebra striping, the crosswalk. I walk my dogs on this road every day. I'm very familiar with all the traffic patterns having to do with the overflow lot. This is an overflow lot, and very specifically having to do with VHB's memorandum. And if this isn't appropriate to discuss at this time, I'd be pleased to stop. However, as it was submitted, I thought it might be appropriate to get a jump on this. And as this is reviewed further, you'll hear more from me.
I'm not sure it's appropriate, but you have 46 seconds to say something about it.
The proposal for the crosswalk is leading people down with traffic coming behind them. And from the southernmost exit of the overflow parking lot, they'll be walking 200 feet to what is recommended as the existing crosswalk. I would strongly urge you to consider not at the exit where the traffic is coming in and out, but closer to the lot itself, having the crosswalk considered to go straight over to the State Beach land and then having it come down along the State Beach property and into the State Beach. This is dangerous, basically, and unnecessary because you can send it right over to the State Beach, not to tell the beach what they should do, but even a fence could be put up to keep the parking, keep the oncoming and traffic away from them. That's the reason that I'm here, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Marvin. Just simply, as a response to your comment, I would, because this is a sketch plan, and I'll say more later, but I would suggest that the applicant take a look at alternatives, the different options that might be there for the crosswalk, and submit those to us so that they can be reviewed by our traffic reviewer. That would be helpful. So applicant, nod your head. Okay, thank you. Let's turn this over to the board. Oh, excuse me, do we have anybody else? Oh, good, we have more people online. Who do we have? I see a hand up. Jeremy Winterstein. Jeremy, name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, thank you. Jeremy Winterstein, 22 Winslow Homer Road, and I am the president of the Prouse Neck Improvement Association. We are the homeowner and community association that represents Prouse Neck. So thank you to you, Madam Chair, and the Planning Board. Overall, just wanted to thank the Sprague Corporation for the revisions they've made to the proposal. The changes make it a much better fit with the local community and the environment. And we especially appreciate the usage cap of 30 days per year, leaving some signature trees, having the lot remain as grass, and the limit of 115 spaces. So again, we thank the Sprague Corporation for the changes and the revisions they've made. And we think this is a much better fit for both the local community and the environment. So thank you very much. And that's happy to answer any questions, but that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And you actually had time left. Appreciate it. Any other comments? Any other folks online? No? Nobody left in the audience want to speak? All right, thank you. The public hearing is over. I turn this over to the board. Who would like to jump in first? Roger.
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that we have an ordinance pertaining to this, and we dealt with that at the Nunsuch Brewery. But I think this is kind of a unique situation, and I've actually been going to this beach for over 40 years, and I recall the parking across the street, which was just on grass, and when I think about this area, basically 335 days a year, it's just gonna be a natural lot. There's not gonna be anything there but trees and grass and things like that. And I think that would be more appropriate than having a paved area that's gonna be basically just sitting there most of the time. And frankly, I think it'd be kind of an eyesore. So I think Mr. Gates makes a very good point about the access road, though, where you'd have people, walking, towards the incoming traffic. So
The only problem is,
No,
I thought he was.
let's wait. Let me have Roger finish anything that he.
yeah, okay. So I guess what I'm saying is, I would be in favor of what they're trying to do here. And keep it as natural as possible, and I'll just leave it at that right now.
Okay, thank you. Rick, you wanna try this?
Yeah, I'll try it. I think the intentions are good. I do have a couple of concerns, i.e., what happens if we have a good rain and then we have a car fire on that and the fire truck gets stuck because can't be supported. The weight can't be supported. I don't know what we do in that kind of situation, watch it burn or what. That's why we have ordinances, and it's tough. I'm hearing all the good that this will do, but they used to say in the Navy, you do one bad thing, it takes 20 good things to erase that bad thing. And at this point, I'm hesitant of just being, jumping onto this. I'd like a little more information in terms of having, if this remains grass, will it be able to support? Has there been testing done that suggests that there's no underwater canals or anything under that could prevent stability? I just don't have enough information at this point to make a reasonable endorsement of this. That's what I'll start with, Madam Chair.
Want to finish with anything, or is that it?
Not at this time.
All right, thank you. Jim,
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question, and maybe more for the town, for Angela. I think I saw somewhere in the comments that you were requesting some more information on erosion control or a survey in this area. Regardless of what is discussed here, will that be required, and unless, or do we have to specifically require it of the applicant?
So I guess that's some direction we need from planning board if we're talking about waiving the stormwater standards, if we're waiving erosion and sediment control standards. I'm not sure we can necessarily do that, but I'm thinking in my head, trying to sense as a sketch plan. If the board is in favor of moving this forward without stormwater provisions, we'd have to think about how we want to incorporate like that. I would want to make sure erosion sediment control is somehow incorporated. How I think TRC had mentioned some other locations where the entrances are the problem, right? You talk about putting in, you probably would want at least a small apron that's paved and then supported, trying to get down in there so it's not eroding, those type of things. So I'm kind of trying to think ahead, whichever way you guys go. I think staff would have to kind of work with the applicant to try to figure out what is needed for their submission application. That
Yep,
explains it.
no, I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, me personally, I would like to see kind of just a more detailed survey of it, just to confirm that it can support these vehicles on there. I do know from an engineering standpoint, granted, I'm an electrical engineer, not a civil engineer, but there are instances where you can reinforce the ground underneath while still maintaining it as a green surface above, where you can reinforce, whether some sort of sand encasement that goes underneath with limited excavation, where you could drive basically straight in that would be your path for your fire truck. They could pull straight in, reach whatever vehicles they would have to, and then be able to back out. I know, I think the middle school at Cape Elizabeth has a similar fire lane, if you will, that goes back behind their school where normal vehicles can't access. So that could be a solution here as well, as far as concerns for really digging up the driveway going in, if that's reinforced underneath, and it also maintains itself as a green space. Certainly, I appreciate the willingness for them to offer this piece of property and try to provide a solution for this area. I'll leave those erosion and environmental comments alone. I think that's I've spoken enough on that. One question I have, Madam Chair, is it okay if I ask the applicant a question?
sure.
With regard to the 30 days only, can you just explain that again to me, how that works?
30 times is what
30 times,
we
thank you.
figure what the max should be.
And I'll say
And-
each instance would be essentially one day, right? Like Saturday or a Sunday or a Monday.
Yeah, I mean, it's during the summer, usually, well, until school gets out, the beach isn't busy. Once school's out, then summer starts,
Yeah.
if you don't have weather like this. So that's potentially the time frame. We just said Memorial Day. That's what the state said, that they'll write into the lease, you can only use it from Memorial Day to Labor Day. After that, it has to be shut down.
And you're and you guys were offering up you're volunteering to have it as 30
Right,
instances.
because
of-
it's been in the 20s. The number of days we've used it has been in the mid-20s. So during the summer, we keep a running tally of when we use it. So we know how many days we've used it over the last 5 to 6 years. So we have an idea, and we just don't feel that that's going to change, because your traffic isn't as busy because people work during, so it's not as busy at your weekends that they are. So you just add up those totals, and I think the 30-day limit is fine. I have no problem shutting it down. If the same thing is like, if we had 3 weeks of rain and that was turning into I shut it down and not use it. I don't want to ruin it either. So that's the idea.
Okay, I guess we're just making it more clear for me. And I wasn't here at the August meeting, forgive me. Is when you're saying you're monitoring, is there a staff member that's there?
Anytime we use the lot, there's a staff member in the lot.
So there'll be like a box or a booth or.
No,
or a
he's
chair.
just, he's there on a golf cart. He's just making sure, showing people where to park.
Okay,
So we have people, we show them where to park so that we make sure that we don't have any traffic jams
okay.
and we get cars in.
I
So
appreciate-
there's always someone in that lot when we're using it.
Great, thank you. And determining on when that's opened, is there like a gate or a chain with?
We
a
have it
flag?
chained off, yes.
Okay,
So no one can use it except when we open it.
and that's usually open when you see that cars down the forward lot, the primary lot is just
Right.
completely full. And
Yep.
it's time to unhook that. Okay. Is there a way for, I guess what I would recommend is find a way to notify people if this were to go through, have some either a sign or a way to notify folks whether you exceeded your 30 instances for the season. If it's in.
Well, no,
say-
I think we wrote in the thing that we could either somehow alert the town,
Yeah,
tell them we're on day 5, each day we use it, it's do the running tally. We have no problem doing that.
Okay.
I mean, I just don't think there's any need for us to go over the 30 days.
okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ben?
Just to echo the comments of my colleagues, I tend to, agree with environmental concerns. But I have no further comments at this time.
Thank you. This whole application creates a conundrum for me. Basically, the town really doesn't contemplate temporary parking lots, which is what this is. I do have a question. Who actually owns the lot?
Spread Corporation.
Why did you mention something about the state of Maine? There was sort of an implication that they had something to do with when you could use the lot or some sort of ownership.
Because the state of Maine owns the state park and we are under a lease agreement. The Spread Corporation is under a lease agreement with the state of Maine, and the state of Maine can tell us what to do. They can,
Even on an overflow parking
yeah,
lot that
they
you own?
can, they can limit what we use to allow people to come into the park.
Okay, I certainly think that we need more information on the stance of the state of Maine. Simply to ensure that whatever we decide isn't going to get overruled by the state of Maine.
Right. They're willing to, they'll write a letter.
Yeah, they're going to need to do that and really clarify their role
Yes.
that they have. Again, the town of Scarborough just simply does not contemplate gravel parking lots, and I'm thinking, well, we have some flexibility. I'm thinking about the number of times that the requests have come to us when I've been around and what we've done, and basically we have required the lots to come into conformance with the ordinances of the town, which consists of a fair number of things. I mean, it's not just the stormwater, but it's the surface, it's lighting, it's striping. I mean, it just plain there's a lot of criteria, and I'm kind of reluctant to just say, yeah, that's nice, but this is a good thing. This is a good lot. It's been there. The whole concept has been there for a long time. So I'm going to ignore all of the rules of this, all of the ordinances of the town of Scarborough, and I really have a great deal of difficulty saying that I would do that. So I think Mr. Meinking and I are kind of in the same place in terms of a lot of anxiety, I guess, wanting to provide a service for the tourists who come into town and the residents who come into town, the people who come to enjoy all of the facilities and amenities that we have. And at the same time, Yeah, but we got rules. You know, we've got rules about speed limits, we have rules about lighting, we have rules about stormwater. We've got rules on an awful lot of things. So I'm really torn on this. Let me say, as you're working on this, take a look at the requirements that we have in the town on parking lots. And what would you do to bring this lot more into conformity with what the town requires if it were to be kept as grass?
It would be all
And
those.
I'm asking you to go home and think about
Okay,
that.
all right.
I'm also looking at, I think I counted 4 trees that are to be saved. Well, I think that's a good idea, and I really appreciate the effort to do that. I think you're going to need to protect them, no matter what pavement or lack of pavement the lot has, because otherwise they're going to get hit by cars sooner or later, and the bark is going to get scraped off. I mean, it's just people drive crazy and they back up strangely. So how would you protect those? What sort of barriers, fence, something like that you would put around them? And that may end up eliminating a couple of spaces. Now, I know you've blanked off the spaces here, but I would like to really see how you are protecting those trees. If they're important, and I think they are, what are you going to do to really make sure that they aren't hit by the cars coming in? As Mr. Manahan pointed out at one point on that there are 2 driveways on Black Point Road, and the ordinances are pretty clear that there should only be one cut on Black Point on most of the streets in Scarborough. And frankly, I would come down on removing one of those driveways. I think, for instance, that's a way of thinking about what would you do. I would be interested in knowing how you're going to stripe it, not just have somebody there directing it, but how are you going to provide some guidance to the cars that are coming in that doesn't involve them backing up and then pulling forward again to get a little closer to the next car so that you can get the whole 115 cars in there. What time does the park close?
7 p.m.
So come Labor Day, 7 p.m. is going to have gotten,
Then it goes down. That lot wouldn't be open unless we were using it anyway, so it would be chained off.
okay, because, yeah, otherwise we need lights in there
Yeah, it's never used at night.
or in the dusk.
Yeah, no,
Okay. Make sure you mention that.
okay.
In other words, give us, it's going to be tough for you to give us more information than we need. Because you need to convince us that this is the way to go, that we shouldn't say, well, this is really nice, but you're going to have to pave it. Convince us.
Okay.
And that means giving us good information, a lot of information, careful information. Part of the one of the staff's comments that received the miscellaneous appeal approval from the ZBA. The approval asked the planning board to study the effects of pedestrian traffic, local traffic, as well as visitor traffic in that area to determine if any additional requirements need to be put in place from a traffic and safety standpoint. That goes to the issues raised by Mr. Gates. Give us your plan and we will have our traffic folks, our traffic consultant, take a look at it. And that's how we ensure that we have done our due diligence and studied the effects of traffic and pedestrian safety. So that would be very helpful, and we would be following through with the request from the ZBA
Okay.
that we do that. So you know kind of where I stand, which is probably not helpful to you at all. Because I don't know how I would vote. Simply don't know. Is there anything else that you have?
Just to point out that it's a unique stacking of the cars coming into the park. And it's been allowed because it does make it safe on the roadway. To Black Point Road, the traffic can keep flowing. What happens in the morning when the park opens, all the cars coming in and they'll back up, and on a busy day, all the way past Kayla Vale, they'll be on the left shoulder coming into the park. That way the traffic flow still flows down the road. If they're in the right lane, that's when the road gets basically a traffic jam.
That's why you.
That's why
That's why you consult a traffic person.
Well, right, but it's been that way for 20 years. It's just the way it is, and it keeps the traffic flowing. So it is a unique situation that is allowed because it helps the police department and the fire department out, because if the fire department has to get down with an emergency vehicle, that is a mess. So we've come up with this, and it's worked, and it is unique because of the situation of how the park originally was built.
I don't disagree that this is needed.
Yep.
Because I understand the problems with the parking.
Yep.
This is needed. Is it specifically this lot? Is it specifically needed as grass? That we would essentially not specifically invent a new ordinance, but kind of head in that direction, because there is so much.
It's happened before.
Yeah, but not recently with this planning board. So our role is to enforce the ordinances where we have flexibility to meet the needs of the public and to meet the needs of the applicants, especially in operations such as this. We try to do that, but we are bound to do our diligence and to follow through with our responsibility to enforce the ordinances to the best of our ability. And when we waive them, we need to be sure that we are waiving them based upon solid information and information, a waiver that brings benefit to the town. So that's kind of our role. And again, that doesn't help you. We're not going to wave a magic wand and say, yeah, this sounds great. Off we go. But I think what you've heard is there's sympathy and an appreciation of what you're trying to do here and what's going on and how it would help at the beach. So I think we have goodwill, but I really think that we need help getting there.
Yep.
And I think that's what you can do.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rachel, can I say something?
Please. Please not. Appreciate it. Thank you. This concludes today's agenda. I appreciate the work that all of you have done. I appreciate you sitting there and working through this with us. It's not always easy. It's not always clear. But we usually figure out how to get things done. Thank you all. Moving on to the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The planning staff has been quite busy with building permits and COs. I'm happy to inform that we have received the last building permit for Layton Farm, which was a 99 lot subdivision. I'm sure and originally approved years and years and years ago. So the last buildable lot with their current layout, we've gotten that building permit, and it's under review. BD Solar, the solar array that was approved at the end of 2021 off of County Road on the Kimberly Clark landfill. They are nearing getting a building permit here. They've given us their final letter of credit, and that's with the codes folks. Evergreen Credit Union's got their building permit. They had a groundbreaking ceremony on Monday. In terms of certificates of occupancy, Beacon at Gateway, you might remember in early 2022, there were 2 new apartment buildings along the Higas Parkway side of the development. The first of those 2 buildings is going to get their CO here shortly. They have a performance guarantee in place. The second of which staff would still need to inspect. And then last but not least, Simplicity Court at the Downs, the 8 tiny homes on lot 35 of the town center residential district. So I believe they already have a couple sold, so there will be folks moving into those shortly. One thing I did want to touch on, the board had expressed some interest in parking at the Downs generally. We have looked into the site plans that were approved, that excludes the Innovation District, because there's pretty ample parking there between Costco and IDEX and the like. But of the 15 site plans that were received in the residential districts, which include the town center residential and Higas district, there were only 3 instances or 3 projects where the Downs was proposing fewer off-street parking spaces than the ordinance required. Those were Mill Common, which there were 7 spaces short, but provided more on-street spaces. Hayloft Apartments, which was about 8 spaces short, but again, on-street parking was provided. And then as the board's probably more familiar with is 3I, which was 26 spaces short. But those 2 parking contingency plans were presented for, I believe it was 62 and 65 spaces respectively. All in all, that required 987 parking spaces to be off-street. And the various applicants provided 1,039, and that doesn't include off-street parking. I did create a table which I can send out to the board that kind of shows what they're required per use, and then what they had. I'm happy to send this out to the board, and I'll probably honestly do that tomorrow. But I just wanted to kind of go over that, and if the board had any questions, I would entertain it.
Kind of keep things in perspective here. That's helpful information.
Yeah, it is very.
Yeah, well done, Eric.
Thank you.
We get kind of lost in all that stuff.
Yeah, and in looking through all the various master plans, a lot of the parking was sort of in the periphery, like for the such as the lot 4 multifamily development that was approved tonight, where there's a parking lot behind the building, so it's sort of off and for each individual tenant. So I hope that addresses your questions, but again, I'll send this out tomorrow. And if you have any other questions, feel free to let Autumn and I know.
Let me just, I mean, I'm one of the ones that raised this issue, and the thing is, I think individually, if you're talking about a project by itself, I think the parking is adequate. But my concern is that this is a place that's going to attract people who don't live there. Okay, they're going to come in there just like people go down to downtown Portland just to walk around. And that's my concern, is they're going to get in there and they'll no place to go,
Yeah, absolutely. And there's certainly uses, I mean, the town's seen it with Nonsuch at least, where the parking vastly exceeds, or the demand vastly exceeds what's there. So I mean, when you're thinking about a potential another brewery at in the Downs, I mean, that's certainly something for the board to consider. And in the town center. So that's a really good point, Roger.
So what are we gonna do about it?
I wish I had a magic answer.
I think one thing to do is I've always been a little leery about estimates on restaurants when, or if there's a bar area where people all of a sudden are standing and people are sitting outside and waiting in line, and they've of course parked their cars, and all of a sudden there's more people in there or heading into a restaurant area than it perhaps is accounted for by the calculations that we use. And I think that that was none such. You know, we had very specific calculations. Well, that looked fine, except all of a sudden, you know, they had a deck on the second floor and people were out on the deck eating. And there was a bar area and more people were standing in the bar area. And then people were coming and going, and people didn't go in time for the people who were coming to get their spaces. So.
Say that the beer is good too, so people want to taste it.
Yeah, so so I've always been concerned about how we've calculated restaurants. And given that we've got a restaurant now on the corner of Market and Downs, I've got concerns about where people are going to be walking from.
Or you're gonna have, yeah, and then you're gonna have another restaurant down on Parkway.
Yeah, well, we've got the one, yeah, on Higas and Market Street, which I'm a little more comfortable with, simply because if it's at night, the people in the office buildings go, unless they stay for food. Whereas when you've got a residential area on top of the restaurant building, people are coming in as the same time that people are coming in for dinner. And you have double the number of people all of a sudden at the same time. The Market Street, Dan at the last meeting really did a decent job explaining how people come and go. In other words, how the shared concept works in that case. I got to really see how it works in the case of the Market and the Downs. I'm reasonably comfortable right now, but if we get that, or when we get that other building that's kind of pie in the sky right now, but when we get that, then I start to have a problem unless I see parking across the street.
Well, with the ratios on the restaurant seating they need to be addressed, and I've been after your predecessor and your predecessor to do it. As an example, one of the conditions is that for 2 employees, there's 1 parking space. Well, that's ridiculous because they don't carpool to these restaurants. Most of these employees work flexible hours and they drive there by themselves. So there's that's going to be a problem at the corner of the Downs and Market right now. For 2 employees, they only have 1 parking space.
Unless they live upstairs.
That's true.
Well, we don't have to fix it. The
No.
applicant can.
Well,
Right, but I think if there's a way to anticipate, or if the town decides to change the way it calculates the need, and that's something we can enforce.
Well, transportation committee, something to do.
Yeah, hand it over to Rick.
No, I'm not transportation.
Okay, hand it to Roger, because Roger's our liaison to the transportation committee. Good, Roger's gonna take care of it.
Keep going.
We're gonna be all set.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, we have lot 3 that they still have to present to us. We'll see what options they have there. I mean, theoretically, I'm hoping that lot 3, when that comes through, it'll be mostly, not all businesses. I was driving through the Downs today because I like driving through there, because I grew up in Maine and I like to drive everywhere, because you have to drive everywhere. And likely this will be a route for me as I go home every day on Holmes Road, just because I always like to kind of check out different parts of the town and take different routes and so on. And my concern is, as I was driving through the Downs, is that all of the dwelling structures that are there, they're all of the same height, and they're all look very much the same right now, despite different finishes, some different sidings, some slightly different angles to the roofs. They're all built at that maximum height line that are right now. And seeing it from the perspective where the Scarborough Downs, the racetrack has been demolished, you can really see they're all just sort of blended together in this giant mass. And excuse me, I lost my voice last week. I'm hoping that lot 3 really gives us the space for a town center, more businesses, bars, restaurants. And that's what really people want. People don't want to necessarily, go to shops to shop for clothing and other things like that. People want to go out and be out in this place. And if this is going to be the town square that this area should be able to support most of the people from the town going to it, not unlike Memorial Park on like a Thursday concert in the park series. You know, what about those events that are gonna go there and what's that gonna look like? So we'll have to see, we'll see what they present for parking options for lot 3. And I think lot 2, we still have to wait and see what they're gonna come back with for potential options in there. But I think as we finish this out, these last few portions that are here, keep in mind, we've seen a lot of residential. We've seen a lot of residential already. Very few businesses spoken about. They say mixed businesses, but we've only seen really one Allagash. That's really it. And that's on the Haggis side. And we have this one restaurant here in the corner that we're putting a lot of stock into, not trying to jinx anything, but there should be maybe I'd like to see a little bit more in there. I don't know who I'm speaking to right now, but those are just my thoughts that I want to share with the board. And Eric, thank you very much again, and Autumn and Angela for putting all this together.
Yeah, I think there's been angst about when does the commercial come? You know, we see plenty of residential. When does the commercial come? When does it feather in? And I think, frankly, I think you guys did a really good job tonight. We've got through an incredible amount of work and construction that will show people this is where it's going. This is what all of those promises that were made before that everybody's saying, so where's the restaurant sort of thing. It's kind of like, where's Waldo in the middle of the Downs area. There it is. It just came. It just came together. And I think, you know, once we see Allagash and start to move down a little more, and we get Wegmans grocery store in there, which is what I want. I think I hope we start to see some different, less of the massing that you've talked about. I had not realized how much massing there was, you know, how much of the sight lines, because the lots are so small, people build up and they build up to the same level. Now, however, that we're into the commercial, they can build higher. They can go up to 75 feet, another 6 stories if they want to. So we'll start to, hope, well, we've got one 4-story building there. So I just hijacked the staff report. Go ahead. Anybody get anything?
I think the last item that we had was just an update on the GMO, which, yeah, here we go. I don't know.
Sure. So the rated growth ordinance is what it's called now. Rate of growth.
Oh, rate of.
So that's more in line with the state statute. That's our chapter 413. I came on board of August. It was underway in August of last year for several months. And I started working on it, I think, in October, and it was approved last Wednesday. So we're very excited. The rate of growth ordinance is. So the rate of growth ordinance is something that we opt into, and we can for the state. But what the approach we took this time is a little bit unique. We defined 3 areas of town, and that I think has been some of the struggle is trying to, we have distinct areas of town. So area 1 is the rural and limited growth area. And so it is everything in green and yellow on this map. This area only gets 25 building permits per year. So there's no veteran limitations, and 50% of the common scheme limitation says that one builder can't take all the permits. So they can only take 50%. So that's area 1. And then area 2 is our other residential zones that are shown on the map. It includes TVC zones, the village residential zones, and the T&D area. And so we did these on 3-year cycles, because the 3-year allows some flexibility. We got a lot of feedback from the development community that a 12-month cycle, especially with our construction cycle here in Maine, was difficult to develop to. So we have 210 building permits every 3 years, and the maximum is 35% 3 bedrooms. That cap was really put into place for the school protection, but also understanding we didn't all want to just have all 1 and 2 bedrooms. So we want some 3 bedrooms as well. And then it has the 50% common scheme limitation. The final area is the CPD zone, and this is one that was always a struggle because it was always trying to deal with the rural western Scarborough, and then you have the CPD zone, which is the opposite. So this district has 400 building permits every 3 years, and there's a maximum of 35% 3 bedroom or greater. So tonight we got about 140 of those for the next 3 years. So the process has changed a bit. So instead of building permit only, you are also granted your growth permits at site plan approval. So yes, so that'll be put on. Now, single family residential doesn't require site plan approval. It will go through the building permit. So there'll be 2 cycles running simultaneously, but that's how we'll track it. Next one, let's see. There's some exemptions still. Accessory dwelling units, of course, repair, replacement, gift lots. Dwelling units that are a part of the contract zone, there's still a possibility for that exemption, but it has to go through that lengthy process. And then code enforcement officer can issue up to 5 if we run out. There's no exemption process request in this ordinance though. So that was a sticky topic, and there's no exemption process. You get what you get. There's there's a pool of 100 affordable and workforce housing growth permits every 3 years. Have to be deed restricted. There's a 20% cap on 3 bedroom, and then town staff will report when the permits fall under 50%. I'm happy to report we fall under 50%. 3I took 51 of those. So they were affordable. So they fall into this pool. There's language that the town council can add to it if they want to. And so I'm not going to talk to them about it next Wednesday, but the next time maybe I'll remind them that we've already fell under 50% for those. Next slide. This is just reporting. So again, the reporting will come through the code enforcement office, and then we'll do an annual report to let them know where we are. And then finally, this new rate of growth ordinance will automatically renew every 3 years for area 2 and 3, and then renew every year on July 1 for area 1. And we will do a review in June of 2025. And that's where we are required by the state to look at our 10-year average of building permits or growth permits issued, and increase or decrease our average could happen as well, 105%. So that's it in a very quick nutshell. Any questions? All right. Yep.
Yeah, I actually, lots of questions, but I'm not going to ask them. Appreciate all the work that you've done on that. I think, going forward, it's going to be very helpful now that we actually have something that we can look at and know what we're doing, what we can do with it. Minor development reviews,
None at this time.
administrative amendment report,
None at this time.
correspondence,
None.
planning board comments. Roger?
Yeah, James and I represented the planning board at the Meadows. James was the youngest person by far.
Did you get your movie down?
I did.
The big one, right? The big one.
No comment.
The fancy cabinets.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Um,
That one was unbelievable.
No, but it was very impressive, what they've done over there. It's completely sold out. They didn't have any residential units for us to see.
Oh, you couldn't go in any of the units.
No, and the center area is called the Commons,
Mhm.
and very impressive what they did. Beautiful piece of property. Rachel and I took a walk on it, and it was probably the best piece of property I can recall ever seeing in Scarborough.
Yeah, we walked it as a site visit. One of my memories is all of the grubs that had come up from the ground and were covering the house area of the old house. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been left to kind of decay.
What impressed me was, walking to it, I mean, they had parking all the way around the whole perimeter. And when I was walking to the commons, I was just looking at license plates and they were from all over the place. The furthest away was Colorado. I mean, they had people from all over the place. So there's a hungry demand for.
Did you go in the garage area where they parked the car in there?
No, but I went on the roof and checked out the units.
Did you
up
see
there.
those units?
Yeah, they're all.
Aren't they nice looking?
I'm going to represent the planning board, and I don't know if anybody else is coming, with the Chamber of Commerce meeting. They invited some people, well, I guess I'm special. They invited some people to the meeting with the Chamber of Commerce, which was going to include a speech by Tom Hall about what's going on in town. And they said municipal officials and I guess came in under the municipal official. And they also promised some delectable local foods. So that's my supper. And it's at the Throttle Car Club. So that's one of our innovation district designs that I want. I've seen the outside of it. I'm going to enjoy taking a look at what's inside. Yeah.
It's pretty impressive when you go inside.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen it, so that's good. I'll be seeing it and listening to 2 hours of speech. Yeah, I got to drive up there in my Model T. Actually, I think I had one once, but anyhow, additional board comment.
No, it was a great event at Piper. Thanks for inviting members of the board. Thanks for passing that invitation along, Eric. I think any chance to see a finished project that the board's worked on, if we can get a chance, love to see them going forward. So
I had a very little part in that project, but I'm glad that you guys were able to see it.
I had zero part in the project. I wasn't a member, but it's nice to see these projects afterwards and seeing the work that we do. So thank you.
Yeah, that was the first time we saw what they called a pocket neighborhood. And so it was very helpful to see how when a pocket neighborhood was coming to the Downs, it was helpful that we had a model of what the Piper Shores had thought was and how that worked. So it's all a learning process. We sometimes make mistakes like the parking at the Mill Creek there down there, Mill Village. But it's a learning process, and I appreciate the work all you guys do. Motion to adjourn?
Second.
I was asking for one, but I'll take the second. Everybody in favor? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, nobody wants to stay. In that case, we're going home.
There's also one subdivision.
James, we're gonna have a lighting ordinance soon. And you guys are gonna have to
See, the less we have to talk, the faster the meeting.
And then I think talking about stormwater and stuff.
Yeah. Then what are we gonna do?
And I signed a $245,000 check